Welcome everyone to the latest tournament. Joining me tonight is the ever amazing Pokeyemi and our third caster for tonight, Maddox TCG. You also might be going, Doom, usually you're on camera when you start this. Well, there's a sickness going through the entire TCG community, actually. I'm sick. Maddox, you're sick, right?
Yeah, I've been sick since middle of San Antonio.
And I know a couple other players who are so. I just don't. I feel like I'm here. I'll go. See, look, I coughed. No, I think Emmy's the only one that's.
Please don't get me sick, please.
Well, we can't because we're all in at least a couple hundred miles from each other. But,
good.
Yeah,
no, we're all in the same casting booth.
Yep, I shoved us all in here, and we're all sniffly, and it's all good. But again, joining us tonight, Maddox TCG. Maddox, if you want to introduce yourself, give yourself a little self promotion. Go ahead.
Sure, yeah. Thanks for having me. Again, my name is Maddox TCG. I'm based out of Jacksonville, Florida, part of that Florida TCG community. So I'm way out here. It's 11 p.m. for me Eastern, so I'll be going as long as I can. And also, I'm part of the Beach Court podcast. We do a podcast really just kind of talking about the competitive Pokemon trading card game and kind of focusing on the Florida meta as well. And we do that every other week, except for this past Thursday because our whole team was sick also. So we'll be getting back on track soon. But again, you can follow me as well on Maddox TCG on Twitter. That's the main spot you'll find me, and you'll catch me most of the tournaments. And I'll be seeing Doom and Emmy at Portland here coming up in just a couple weeks.
Too soon.
Too soon. Yeah.
Having a little bit of a crisis about it.
We should all play Arceus, which is currently 0-2.
No.
Oh wait, one of them won.
Hey, there we go.
Well, that's good. That's good.
You bring in the Path of the Peak, the Box of Disasters, a little bit of Judge.
Guess what else can play all of those cards, Doom?
Mew VMAX.
Exactly.
Where's Mew VMAX in this meta? I don't know. Here's one.
There's one.
Well, to be fair, Emmy and I are not playing in the tournament, so that brings the Mew VMAX down from 4 to 2.
Yeah, there you go. That's really funny.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting because I played it recently on the ladder against an arc pile, and it was just frustrating.
Wait, Daycamp, are you local to the Stratfords? There's no shot. Why wouldn't I know that? Oh my gosh, why have I never made that connection before? That's really funny. I knew Utah, but states are large. Man, Baxcalibur is just taking a really big beating in this meta.
It's Countercatcher. It can't deal with Countercatcher.
Yeah.
As soon as you put Countercatcher out there, and it wants to take that first KO, and then you just bring up its Baxcalibur, and it's like, oh. And so then
It's just a tough. Go ahead.
And so then they're back. They have to set up another one if they didn't already, which is hard enough considering that you're going grab Candy in one.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it's also an impossible board state to maintain, especially with a lot of decks playing Avery lately. Because for the deck to be successful, you need your 2 attackers. So you got Chen Pao and a Raiding Greninja maybe. You need a Baxcalibur plus a Frigibax or a second Baxcalibur, so you just can't get boss KO'd and get out of it. And then you also need to play something you need a barrel, maybe 2. Right? If you lose any of those pieces and you get Iono, then your deck just kind of falls apart. So
I think one of the big things we're seeing more success with is the Calyrex Palkia version.
Yeah, so is this a Ridgeway TCG's list?
I believe so. No,
yeah,
this is Corvos, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if they were nearly the same.
Gotcha. Yeah. So Eric's a buddy of mine. We're all based out of Jacksonville. So he played this and got top 128 with it in Portland. Not Portland. Where are we just San Antonio? Yeah. So he didn't play the Vulpix. He was trying out tonight, but again, it's late, so he dropped. He was trying to catch me while I was online and casting, but first game didn't work out because he accidentally clicked Star Portal instead of Subspace Swell, which happens sometimes online.
I'm so careful with Rotom because you attach the Forest Seal Stone, and I don't want to use it just yet.
Yeah. Oh.
Too much, too close. Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing, because I'm even looking at this, the list of attackers, you got the Suicune. The Rondos have been just so good. Considering that we've got Raikou and Entei in decks. So okay, here comes Suicune coming back.
Oh yeah.
Oops, sorry. That's the Champions League.
Yeah, I would not have expected that the water deck people would be talking about nowadays was not Chen Pao, but it's Palkia.
Yeah. Then we still got Lost Zone Box. Roaring Moon's fallen off. We had like 30% week 1.
Oh.
Yeah, it is fallen off. And I mean, look, it even started 05.
Ouch.
To start the night. Now it's at 1-6. It just doesn't beat Charizard. Charizard's just like, I'm the better dark type right now. It's even funnier because a lot of Charizards now are playing Justified Gloves, which makes it even worse for Roaring Moon.
Right. Yeah, it's checking for the mirror, and just Roaring Moon is an unfortunate victim of that as well.
Like, I can knock out anything, and then you come up with your baby Charizard with gloves on, and he's just like, smack. And it's like, oh, I guess I don't win.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just catching strays, as I say.
So we do see an increase in Inteleon Urshifu. Gardevoir's been on the down. I am not sure why everyone's lost faith in Gardevoir, other than, I think, timing. It's like, it really does feel like right now, it plays so well into Charizard. Like, it's almost, do I want to play that? But can I? And we'll talk about IRL. Can you play it fast enough?
Me, no. Personally, no. But I understand the question.
I know I can.
I mean, not everyone can. That's the problem with Guardy, is that, and also the tricky part is when you're playing Guardy is that you're never really out of it, right? Your deck is designed for comeback decks. As long as you're not, behind like 6-2. If you're behind 6-3, like you can come back and win that. Yeah. It's very doable. But and you're intrinsically playing that from that position, so you're in a spot where you don't want to concede because, well, I still have an out to win, and your opponent's never going to concede. Hey, I'm up 6-3. Why do I ever concede here? So you're either in a spot where you're probably winning a set 2-0, or you're not going to finish game 3 just by the design of the deck. While it's very strong, you need to be able to play it fast enough, and I think a good Guardy player, is really taking that time to know when they need to just cut their losses and go to the next game to close out the set.
I found, because after I played Guardy in, what was it, Portland? Yeah, because I played Lugia in Vancouver last year. I can play Guardy faster than I can Lugia, of all things.
Really?
Yeah. I had more ties, not just because I was also playing against a lot of Gudras, but I just had more ties with Lugia naturally than I ever did with Guardy.
Just don't do that.
We have the new tech card out there, the Noxus V-Star, coming in with Star Force, which, I mean, for 1 energy, and you can do more, I mean, that's not bad. And considering you're not using a V-Star power anyways, most games, it makes sense.
Yeah, it's definitely not bad. It's that quick answer. Again, adding pieces like this is going to naturally add some inconsistency to the deck, where theoretically your deck can deal with Iron Hands without it. But something that I like. I haven't spent a lot of time with it yet, but it's something that our testing group is working on spending a little more time with here coming up, and just being ready for it and saying, hey, does this fix some of our hesitations with the matchup? Can this help speed it up? Things like that.
Yeah, I've never been too afraid of the Iron Hands stuff. If anything, sometimes it makes it easier. But then again, I said Iron Hands was mid before the format. You can even check the tournament stuff. It's in the description that I said Iron Hands is mid. So says Lightning McQueen. And it just hasn't shown up in the way people have thought.
I think that, even going into LAIC, I do think that was a little bit of an underrated play. Again, not a lot of top players were respecting it. And then we did see that, next time we had a chance in North America to play it, San Antonio, right, we had 17% Miraidon. Again, the fact that it's a, simple deck to pick up and play, has a high power level, and has good matchups into some of the toughest decks in the format, I think makes it a really strong play still. And especially as we're seeing like more of these like turbo Iron Hands deck, they're just designed to get Iron Hands out, turn 1 going second, then that just puts it in a very, very good spot against Guardy. So that's kind of a spot, even as like a mute player, even if you're playing at a high level, you can still find a Charizard player who is able to set up, and then they just one shot your VMAX. So there's only so much you can do there. Same thing here. If you're playing against even if you're a top Guardy player and you're playing against a Maraudon player, and they hit, they have in their hand going second double generator, hit 2 on each, and just promote their Iron Hands, then you kind of just lost that game. You didn't have anything you can do about it.
Yeah, which always sucks, but that's how it be.
Exactly.
Oh no, Jam's right 2-0.
Tina?
With Tina. He's won 3 of the last 5 tournaments of Doom with Tina.
Jeez Louise.
Tina's a good player right now. So
I think he hasn't even changed his list. He got me like testing it. I'm like, oh man, I don't know. But the thing is, like, I find is a lot of Tina players aren't as good as they think they are with the deck. I think that's where some of the stuff like Tina is mid comes from.
It's also tough because
nice.
It's like a deck that beats itself, right? It's like we literally saw that in the finals at San Antonio. The deck just didn't function for quite a bit of time, and that's just unfortunate. But when it draws like that, when it just doesn't set up, I don't know, it just beats itself up.
And that's like that's the issue I have with any Lost Zone deck.
Yeah, it's like that has nothing to do with the player. That has nothing to do really with even the list. It's just the nature of the way that the Lost Zone engine works, right? So
yeah. I mean, currently it's 7-6 tonight. Let's actually update. We got quite a few games done. As we will be going 8 rounds tonight. We have more than enough players. We had like, I don't even know how many players. Let's double check. 133.
There you go.
So
wow.
Not our biggest tournament, but not a small tournament at all. I remember the days when we had, like last week we had 83, but that was San Antonio.
Yeah, it's always less when we have the big tournaments, especially the ones that aren't over here on the West Coast.
Like 160, 152, 140. We had the EUIC, we had only like 105. We had 178 for Paradox Rift was legal. For a late night West Coast tournament, that's pretty good. Which we also have to plan out. Oh my god, I'm already working on the next regional of Doom. Oh god, I gotta figure out casting schedules. I gotta figure out how to do it over 2 days.
We'll figure it out.
Somebody want to hire me a secretary?
Is that not my job?
You can be.
It's like I'll do my best.
Yeah, Lilfriz saying the 4th IC. Doom, when are we getting Doom IC?
Doom IC, 3 days. Mrs. Doom would kill me. She's ready to kill me over to the next regional because it's Vancouver, and then Doom regional the next weekend because we have the new set comes out the weekend of Vancouver.
Right.
Such rough timing for Vancouver. I mean, I think it's in North America, at least it's Knoxville, 6 weeks off, then Vancouver, right when everyone's worrying about the new cards and rotation.
Yeah, there was one person tell me their conspiracy theory that we're going to have a rotation before Vancouver.
That's why I have to play Mew at Portland, because that's literally what I'm scared of. Like, there's no other option. I have to do it.
I don't think there's a world where they rotate before adding the new set.
They've done it, I believe, once before. We had a weird Worlds format because of it.
I don't know. Everyone knows I just love Mew to death, and I'm not playing in too many regionals this season, so the fact that I have that much of a gap between Portland and Vancouver is like, if they do rotate, I don't know. We just don't have any knowledge too, right? Like they just haven't said anything yet, which is weird.
That's why we have Champions League on, is because there's the thought is they're going to announce something from the next set tonight.
Oh, I mean, they were saying that there was going to be an important announcement sometime in December, and I mean it's December 22nd. Yeah. So where is that announcement?
Like, I'm hoping like A-Spec. Hopefully, A-Spec is item cards like it used to be, and not like A-Spec is the new V or EX. Like EX A-Spec. It's like, okay, great. Actually, I think Digimon has A-Spec as Digimon, which makes it even weirder.
Oh boy.
I don't know. I haven't kept up with the Digimon meta anytime soon.
So question for y'all about A-Specs. I know, at least on my side, there's been lots of questions or saying or wanting to see old ones reprinted. Is first thought is, oh, computer search coming back. Do we want some of the old A-Specs that were popular and powerful to return? Or we say, hey, they need to just be left where they were?
I think they could rework some of them. Like, I'm looking up the A-Specs right now. I'm trying to remember. Is Lances, Radiant, A-Spec.
Maddox, how long have you been playing the TCG?
So I've kind of been in and out. So I actually started, when I very, very first started, I played back in like Heart Gold, Soul Silver to Black and White era. Like right when Pokemon Catcher came out and I was at League and they said, hey, no, we're eroding it. So you have to flip a coin. But then I was away from the game for a little bit and then really hopped back into things more seriously, kind of casually followed it, for a chunk of time, but then more seriously hopped into things a little over a year ago. So okay. I mainly missed out on a lot of the COVID play with Sun and Moon era, but still unfamiliar with a lot of the cards and just kind of looking back at things and playing retro format, things like that. So
makes sense. Yeah. See, I've only been playing since Evolving Skies, so I have like no knowledge. I did not play at the time of A-Specs. So when they were announced at Worlds and everyone around me just went absolutely bonkers, I was like, the only thing I know is I can only play one of these.
All the A-Specs. Computer search was good. Dowsing Machine saw play. Scramble Switch saw play. Scoop Up Cyclone saw play.
Life Do in some decks.
Life Do saw a lot of play in mill decks.
And then I think G-Booster was the only other one I really saw play.
I know Rock Guard saw some play for some people.
Yeah. My concern with, how A-Specs were before is that basically it was like computer search, Dowsing Machine, or bust for the most part, unless your deck functioned around one specifically. I would hope that there'd be something that, the A-Specs add some versatility and it's not just, oh, there's one that's clearly so good that why play the other ones. Think like Radiant Greninja. It's great for a Radiant Pokemon. It's kind of, Radiant Greninja, maybe Radiant Charizard. Other than that, not really playing any others.
We talked about that most of the Radiants saw play in some way or the other, which is actually kind of almost a little bit weird, except for Charjabug.
I wish Charjabug was good.
Like, I'm looking up the list now. We saw Radiant Eternatus get play. Radiant Charizard, obviously. Radiant Jirachi sees play. Radiant Alakazam sees play. Radiant Serena sees play. Radiant Steelix and go away. Go away.
And Gardevoir used to see some play.
Gardevoir used to see some play. Sneasler still sees play. I don't think Radiant Eevee has. There was a short time.
Eevee, Blastoise, Venusaur, Hawlucha, Heatran, I don't think ever saw play.
I was like, Eevee was actually played in that one control deck, though.
Oh, that was right. There was like a control deck that did play it. Heatran did see some play, but it wasn't that good of a deck. I think we saw a little bit of play of Radiant Hawlucha when VMAXs were like the thing, but then never again. And Venusaur would see play in Hisuian Growlithe. Or Arcanine.
Hisuian Arcanine. I built that deck in person and I loved it. You go Peony, dump your hand to 0, attack with very vulnerable, and then draw 4 with Radiant Venusaur.
But in the end, Radiant Charjabug is just the worst.
He's so cute, though. I have Miraidon sleeved up in Radiant Charjabug sleeves right now, actually. He's just a little guy, Doom.
Just a little guy.
Really a guy who did not deserve to get done dirty as he did.
Yeah. It's a bummer, but it's okay.
That's because it's shiny is actually really cool looking.
Right?
And then it goes into shiny Vikavolt, which isn't that good.
Yeah.
Like if they put that out earlier in F block, there's maybe a chance that it sees some play. Probably not, but there's a chance.
You're telling me there's a chance. Now there's something that didn't see a lot of play outside of Mewtwo.
If you can pull off the turn 1 item lock with Pikachu V Union and electric generators, pretty sick.
That's what Battle Compressor was in format. Then that would work. I don't think we'll ever see Battle Compressor get a reprint. It's in those cards with Float Zone that we won't see a reprint. Like, I mean, just search your deck for 3 and discard. Could you imagine? Guardians would be playing that.
Oh gosh.
Lugia.
I mean,
remember the short time we had 4 Burnett Lugias going out there, and everyone called it Battle Compressor at home.
that just tells you how powerful Battle Compressor was. That there's Professor Burnett, which is discard only 2, and it's your supporter.
Yeah,
like that's how. Like, I mean, if you're looking for how strong Battle Compressor is, like that's the answer. Like, look at it today.
Yeah, like I have a set of Battle Compressors. It's so good and expanded when you can play expanded. Well, yeah, again, our ones like Floatstone. It saw multiple printings originally. Like, here's the 2 arts it had, but I mean, it saw a reprint. It's just too powerful now. Like, just they kind of nerf tamed it when they first released the skateboard. Wait, that was meant to pair up with Jirachi. That was an entire pair up.
I think Air Balloon was a most safer release of this. We're saying, hey, you're going to lower by 2. Like, you can't give everything free retreat, or I mean, just saying no retreat cost is just so strong. Just saying, hey, -2. It's like, okay, that's a little more manageable.
Yeah, and now we have the one big Air Balloon where it's stage 2s are the only ones that get it.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I think saying, hey, you got to get set up completely, and then you have that boost if you want it. We got Serena EX on stream.
Yeah, I was probably this would actually be an interesting one where you get a free retreat, but then it's gone.
That's kind of neat.
That's old. That's something like I could see them coming back with.
Especially with the TMs, how they discard themselves. I could definitely see that.
I do like the TMs. It took me like 2 games to realize it discarded itself. I was like, what do you mean I don't get to use it next turn? But it's a good idea. I think it's something we should definitely see more of in the game, hopefully. Yeah, I love this site too much. It's even got levels. Jeez. I also like looking at the comments on here. Some of the comments say, hey, look, there's a TM right there.
There you go.
A nice replacement for Boost Shake once it rotates. This is far better than Boost Shake. Oh god, could you imagine if Wheezing was in format like that?
Oh dear.
Oh man.
I mean, so I do think that OG Wheezing is probably just better than this because you can't evolve the active. With Ascension, you make that Wheezing in the active to shut off the abilities immediately.
Oh, that's true.
The Boost Shake. They're going first.
Yeah, it's like whenever you play that quad Wheezing deck, they always had the turn on Boost Shake.
I hate playing against that deck. Well, looks like all games are done. Let's go back here, check our standings real quick, make sure there's no judge calls. Because you never know. If someone comes in late and going like, my opponent, they were slow playing the whole time. Sorry. Salty tournament organizer stuff. I will be. Let's give them a few more seconds. Otherwise, I think we're just going to move on and we'll find our first game. Which we do have Blazy. We do have Mysterious Player who's always a good start. I think we always play him round 3. He's always plays something a little off, so it's a nice fun start. And if he ends up dropping, then it doesn't hurt. But he's playing Charizard with Gallade.
Buddy Catch?
Yes.
Okay, I haven't seen that in a little bit.
Yeah, so I think it's definitely a good one to start off. So I'm actually going to drag us down there and then get the next round going here in a second. Sorry if it seems a little whiplashy, but it's the easiest way to do it. All right, make sure we're getting set up. Let's He is there. Okay, cool. All right, let's go ahead and prepare the next round. Doesn't look like there's any issues. Blazy's playing Snorlax, and also if you do see a deck, Maddox, and you want it featured, next round, if it's doing well, we can try and get them on stream.
Fantastic.
Not a guarantee. Not everybody can stream. Some people stream off their phone. Who did it on like a Pixel? It was like a Pixel 7. They said like their phone was on fire.
I forget, but yeah, wasn't it like we were going into top 4 or something, and we were like, please, anyone, please stream.
Yeah. Which again, nobody has to stream, and I appreciate everyone who does. It allows us to show players. It allows us to do a lot. Allows us to commentate on weird decks, and also talking a little bit about doing an open mic-ish night where it won't be like a tournament of doom. It'll be more like, hey, we watch someone random play. You can work with me, Emmy, if you wanted to be on there, and just get practice, get people recorded. Because that's one of the things that like TPCI is always looking for casters is just like recordings. Which Maddox, this will be on YouTube. Easiest way to download it, easiest way to get it.
Fantastic.
Which actually for this first match, I might actually defer to just the two of you so I don't destroy my voice.
Okay.
We'll tag team a little bit. I'll fill my tea. I'm drinking throat coat.
Oh, here's yeah. I got like 12 Ricolas on here. A thing of hot water. Then I'm gonna go get Cheez-Its, and that's gonna be like the worst idea.
It's like, please don't die on me, you guys. I'm worried about all of you.
I've lasted the day.
Top cuts
Okay,
are the Emmy show. So. Maddox and Jim will be dead.
The stream will just go on forever. Stuck on the Discord screen.
Oh, jeez.
Can we get Goo Player on? Okay, looks like the game is starting. I'll leave it to you guys' capable hands, and if anything, I might still jump in every once in a while, but I will give it the primary duties to you two.
Sounds good.
All right. Looking forward to it. Looks like we have Rapid Strike versus Gallade Zard. Again, Gallade Zard's fallen a little bit out of favor. We're seeing a lot of more Barrel Zards and Pidgeot Zards, but the Charizard EX with the Curlia engine and Gallade did see some play kind of in various aspects. So, I mean, I don't know your thoughts on the Gallade build. You think it's, a little underexplored? Think it's just not where it needs to be?
I don't actually have any experience playing or testing it, so I'm really curious to see kind of how it plays out. It looks like we have just absolutely cracked hand going on. So
and double VIP. So
yeah, so that's going to be really, really helpful for us as well. So I feel like I should actually probably bring up the list and take a look at it before I say anything else. But it sounds like you're a little more familiar.
All right, to say this though. I hadn't played a lot of IRL with VIP Pass until recently. And the first time I dropped double VIP Pass and my opponent swore under their breath was the greatest moment in my TCG career.
It always seems to happen to me at locals when, my opponent's looking at their hand like, what should I do? And I'm like, oh, they don't have much. It's great. And they just drop like triple VIP Pass. I'm like, what? So, see, looking at Asher's list, seems like a pretty standard Rapid Strike build. We do see the Arvin in there to help find evolution, a nice little out. Not, I think some of them are playing that. Real split line. I like the doubles Karina's focus, just making it easier to find it off artillery. I think really the key for them here is just seeing how much they're able to get set up, to see if they can threaten, put a lot of pressures on those Charmanders early. Looks like that the series player's in a spot where they can get down, 3 or 4 Charmanders if they wanted to, so I'm curious what they'll go for.
Yeah, this not seeing as explosive as the start from our Rapid Strike player over there. They also do have that Spiritomb, so with our Charizard player being more reliant on Luminion or Rotom, which, looks like both are in the deck. I don't know, it's really interesting to think about this matchup because it's already not a super great matchup for Charizard. De-evolution is pretty killer, but also we've got little psychic guys who are very yoga loopable.
Yeah, I think the spot here again that your guys sitting on the bench is not Pidgeot. Instead, you have other yoga loop and I almost said quick shooting. The double gunner vulnerable definitely adds some risk to it. Also, it's noticed that again still playing an Arven Zard type build for Arven. Only the 1V, the Rotom V, and the 4 Seal Stone for that. So we'll likely see that grabbed. I have to think since Asher got rid of an Iono and a Karina off of the Ultra Ball, that they're probably in that 3-card hand, they're probably holding something like their last research, or they're holding another Iono saying, hey, I'm going to disrupt my opponent.
Right. Yeah, sometimes that is an unfortunate thing about those opening hands with Rapid Strike is like, oh, I have so many supporters here and I can't use any of them because I'm going first.
And also based off of Asher's start, right, not able to get an Urshifu down, so not able to go and threaten, for example, a Gmax Rapid Flow, take out the 2 Charmanders. And honestly, on Mysterious Player side, not the best hand. I mean, again, we have Stone, Rare Candy, so you're able to get that Charizard for sure. Being able to draw into a Curly is nice. I think really the key here is, let's see, they had that Karina's in hand. Yeah, I mean, really, if you're Asher, your goal is just getting out of the gate early to apply that pressure. And if not, then you have to kind of rely on a devolution play to close out the game. Oh, a Karina then pass. Not very good. Level ball. Yeah, so I mean, again, the news here isn't a route a lot of Rapid Strike players will take against Charizard decks is saying they want to limit their prizes and how much they're taking of it. Again, really just trying to be in a spot where they're saying, I don't want to risk allowing Charizard to one-shot my Vs or VMAXs. So I'm kind of curious to see what their approach will be. Obviously, didn't attach an energy, didn't evolve, didn't get any more Pokemon down. Probably just a very bricked hand. And unfortunately, can't really do too much there. I'm a serious player side, able to get rolling a little bit more and get a couple Curlies in play. And even could opt for a slower route. Looks like they're playing 2 Charmeleon. So they have a route where they can even go level balls to set that up a little bit. But I do think just starting to put some damage on the board is probably the best approach here, given the slow start.
For sure, yeah. Especially that Medicham V is kind of the bane of our existence. So getting it out, forcing our opponent to have the resources to get it back will be really nice. Obviously, we'll be 2-shotting it since our opponent hasn't taken any prizes yet. But we're pretty far ahead, it feels like, so far. Depending on what is in our opponent's hand, maybe relying on a top deck as well is not a great position for them to be in.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they're holding that Karina. I'm curious what those other 3 cards in there that they wanted to preserve were. They did have that Iono, so you can go and say, hey, I know my opponent's probably going to Rotom and charge up their hand a little bit. Again, giving Charizard 6 never feels good, especially when they have Stone. But I do think that there was a spot where they could have maybe even looked at it and said, hey, there's a world where I can save that instead of drawing 3 off Karina, save for a 6 off of Iono to get set up a little bit more.
For sure, and we do see that Star Alchemy go grab us a boss's orders to take out that Remoraid, kind of taking out our engine there, possibly. What do you think about that, Maddox?
I think it's a fine play. Again, the real, once Rapid Strike is able to get set up, that Octillery is a key piece, just letting them find every piece of the combo. Now, really putting the opponent in a tough position, saying, hey, you just drew up to 3 and then drew up to 6 and did nothing. Now you have to get set up and you don't have Octillery to find you a missing combo piece. So now it's even harder to find what you need.
For sure, and we do see that Lumineon V come down. Luminous Sign, going to go ahead and grab us a supporter card. Really makes me wonder what else did we hold on to in our opening hand to discard other draw supporters, and now we're having to go find one. All right, we do see that Irida get grabbed here.
Yeah, I'm hoping for actually that there's some other good combo pieces in hand that just hadn't been able to be played yet. Irida will let you find that, probably in this case, maybe even like Earthen Vessel and Intellion VMAX are trying to put on some pressure. But you're also in a spot where you really need a Rapid Strike energy.
For sure. Looks like Hisuian Heavy Ball there, so maybe dealing with some unfortunate prizes as well. I'm grabbing that Remoraid. I do like the 1-1 split, especially with Iron Valiant kind of running around. I like the 70 health one as well as the 60 health one. I feel like you're almost never using Rapid Strike search to go find another Remoraid, right? So
Definitely. I think that the Rem Parade with the 70 HP just falls in the case that you find sometimes with, again, Tower Waters here, but kind of like in the Chen Pao decks when you play that 2 retreat Chen Pao, or the Frigibacks with 2 retreat and 70 HP. If you find yourself in a spot where you open the Remoraid, well, now you can't retreat out of it with Tower Waters. Doesn't come up too much, but is one of those things that can help slow you down a little bit, but I think overall worth it.
For sure. All right, we got an easy target here for our first refinement. We got rid of that battle VIP pass. Do have Counter Catcher in hand, obviously not live with us having kind of a faster start than our opponent here. Maybe deciding what to go ahead and refinement away. I feel like we're probably safe to just get rid of the Charmeleon here or the Counter Catcher. Either one, we don't really need too much else going on.
Yeah, the Charmeleons are nice to have here a little bit, just to make it a little bit harder for your opponent to be at risk to devolution plays.
For sure.
So you're at a spot, now you have to put 90 damage onto it. I also think there's a world where maybe if you're trying to really aggressively, use your boss's orders, that you can go Pal Pad, put back one of your boss, and just slightly increase the chances of you drawing into another one.
Yeah, it looks like we're thinking about that Arven instead. Only other tool looks like in the deck right now is that TM Evolution, which we might as well get rid of, right? We might as well attach it to something and just let it get discarded at the end of our turn. I don't think it's really ever relevant this far in, especially with that Charmeleon in hand, like you were saying.
Definitely. I think there's a spot. I didn't see if Gallade was in the deck, but assuming that it is, you Ultra Ball set up the Gallade here. And then you're just threatening boss on Luminion or on Octillery or really on kind of whatever you want in the next turn. Again, I'd even say here it's kind of unlikely that your opponent's probably even taking a prize card next turn. They might just be swinging into the Charizard, or unless they're going to go, boss KO something, they just don't quite have enough set up. I don't even think a Yoga Loop is a viable play for them next turn without, they don't play Thornton, right? Yeah, no Thornton. So...
That'd be fun, but no. All right, let's look like Buddy Catch was thinking about grabbing another Arven. Obviously, we've played our supporter for the turn, but instead opting to grab that Turo scenario. And then we will just go ahead and see Burning Darkness for only 180. Now we just wait.
Yeah.
It's like every time we switch to our opponents, I feel like, all right, pause. What's going to happen here?
What is nice here is you have a pretty clear prize map, and that Pal Pad in hand makes it even easier for you to get those 2 bosses back. You're in a spot where they probably need to start attacking your Charizard EX with a Gmax, not Rapid Flow. Gmax Spiral. So if you're able to go into a spot, we're able to 2-shot an Inteleon VMAX plus finish off this Medicham to take up your last 5 prizes. You have 3 bosses available to do that.
For sure. It looks like we do see that Force Seal Stone come down, and we will see Luminion not using Luminous Sign, using Star Alchemy.
I have to say, it's probably going to be a supporter for turn. So there's the
yeah. So we'll see that Charmeleon going to the bottom there. But we've got Arven, and we have the Buddy Catch Glade ready to help us as well. I kind of wonder if we were thinking we might get Iono'd, and that's why we went ahead and grabbed that Turo scenario, just kind of give us a little extra of a chance of drawing into other things. Obviously, the Turo scenario can be really, really helpful in this matchup, kind of get rid of some damage counters, reset things. But at the same time, I don't know if we want it quite yet, especially with Buddy Catch Glade there to help us.
Yeah, I agree. Probably a thinning move, just saying, hey, I'm going to pick a supporter that I'm fine moving to the bottom of the deck. And kind of like we said before, here's just a Gmax Spiral, set up some damage, trying to set up an eventual devolution play to come back into this game.
All right, do you see the Ultra Ball there? That could go ahead and grab us that Charmeleon as well. I don't think there's anything or just a level ball. It's even easier. Don't have to discard as many resources. Yeah, I was like, might as well just go ahead and boss something up, right? Start taking more prized cards here. Especially with our opponent down to 3, I almost wonder if like going ahead and taking out their artillery again might not be the worst idea.
And it looks like they're out. That they're going to go. One other little piece is that the Asher's down both of their Karina's focus. So they played one and they discarded one early in the game.
Right.
So they might be in a spot here where they're just, we know one of the cards in hand is a Rapid Strike Energy. They might just be in a spot where they just kind of have to attack and not have too much else. Hopefully they have some other draw supporter to kind of, again, put some more pressure on. But they might be in a spot where they're stuck without too much to do. There's the one of research every time, right?
There you go. I was like gonna say, oh, there we go. It must be kind of a sigh of relief there. All right, we do see that energy retrieval. It's so important to get those back, as well as that Radiant Alakazam. That's going to use Painful Spoons and move some damage counters around. Maybe set up some Yogaloop plays eventually. That Medicham is in pretty, it's pretty heavily damaged, so we might not even need to swing back with a 2-prizer here if it does come up and Yogaloop us.
Yeah, good point. The Mysterious Player is actually playing 4 of the 151 Charmanders, so I know that some were playing that Obsidian Flames where you have 1 fire for 30. Kind of that would take that knockout damage, but in a little bit of a precarious spot now. Both of those Charmeleons set up to be devolutioned. Honestly, right now is a turn where if you go devolution, you're wiping the board of Charmanders completely.
Ooh, yeah, wait, that's terrifying. Looks like not quite there yet, though. So we will see just a swing into the active, only for 70, not discarding that energy. Huh, what do you do? This is a scary situation to be in.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough spot. This is a turn where having that Turo in deck does help you out a little bit. If you're able to go in Turo, for example, then you can go and set up another Charmander without damage, most importantly. And then you have the rare Candy Zard in hand to go and accelerate that. I'm not quite sure what the energy situation in deck is, but it's definitely something that looks like Mysterious Player could be thinking about right now.
For sure. Yeah, we did see that Super Rod get put to the bottom of the deck earlier with the Iono. We do have 1 fire energy in hand, so hopefully we would be able to either find that Super Rod or have at minimum 1 other in the deck.
Yeah, the other key is that there aren't any boss left in the deck. There is a Pal Pad, but right now, Mysterious Player needs to find that Pal Pad to be able to threaten those bosses for later. At this point, you do probably need 2 bosses orders to win the game. If you're going to go that route by winning in 2 attacks, again, if we're opting for Turo. So it's already use the Turo to just pick up one of the Charmeleons. Again, not losing any energy there is nice, and just being able to reset a Charizard to say that you can threaten the next turn attack. Let's see. Really, at this point, we're kind of hoping to draw into some of those other resources. We have that Pal Pad. Could even put the Turo back in if we're concerned about that. Asher's only playing 1 Devolution, which of course they need to find. They're playing the 1 Arven to help find that, but have a little bit less consistency in the deck to find it.
For sure, and already having used both Star Alchemy and having Luminion down here on the board might be a little more difficult to find. Does look like we're going to go ahead and Lost Vacuum away that Tower of Waters, try to make it a little more difficult for our opponent to retreat into a new attacker. And we will see Burning Darkness just for 180 still. It's an interesting kind of back and forth, this matchup. I can see how it's maybe a difficult one to think about just because there's so much playing chicken of okay, I'm not going to take any prize cards. You're going to be slow on taking prize cards as well. I'm just going to set up a bunch of damage on all your things.
%. I think the one spot that's kind of curious to see is, again, we went for that Octillery second time, so we took 2 boss KOs on single prizers. We're in a spot now where Charizard still does need 2 attacks to win the game. almost thinking if instead of going for that Remoraid or that Octillery, is there a spot where now, for example, in hand, we're able to go and say, Iroquois Charizard could KO the VMAX for game, as opposed to now still needing a couple different attacks at this point to win the game.
For sure. All right, looks like Painful Spoons is going to go ahead and move 2 damage counters, or just the single one, from Zard to Charmander. Oh, all right. Yoga Loop.
See,
Yoga Loop and then De-Evolution.
I mean, that's the goal here. That's the tricky spot, because just by even with that Turo play, being able to say, okay, I'm going to go pick up my 90 HP guy, says, okay, well, now have someone that's less susceptible to Yoga Loop. Again, really impressive, comeback with Asher again, being able to pull off on that one turn, 2 waters for Double Gunner on that Charmander, and then spread some more with Yoga Loop.
All right.
Even with
Yoga
a slow
Loop.
start from Rapid Strike, really able to come back into this game.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see. Oh, it looks like we're going to just Painful Spoons over onto that Charmeleon. So
Yeah,
maybe unable to pull off that de-evolution play.
Yeah. Well, you're doing the same thing at this point. I don't know if you have that Rapid Strike energy available. Oh, you can just go
We
Melanie.
do have a Melanie, so we will see only 100 with that Smash Uppercut. But we'll get even more damage onto this Charizard.
Or if
We
can get
really... Oh, say
well,
that
it
again.
looks like here, if we can get a water attached from hand to the Inteleon, then we're able to go and retreat and Gmax Spiral for knockout on this Charizard.
Oh, geez Louise.
Save energy retrieval or water. Rapid Strike. And there you go. So again, and that's kind of the ridiculous part with Rapid Strike that makes it, a popular play among some players, just saying that, hey, you have a very favorable Charizard matchup if you can get set up and get rolling. Because now you're in a spot where you've said, hey, I've just completely removed your board of all your Charmanders in one turn.
Yeah, that was really painful to watch. I don't even like Charizard that much. Ouch. It's like, what do you even do from here? There's like not much to do.
Yeah, definitely a tough spot from here. I mean, again, you're still in a spot where you need to attack twice to win the game, which is what's really holding you back right now. And again, just no attackers in play. I think, again, we still need that Super Rod, very, very desperately to get the Charmanders back to set up the board. We also probably need to mix it with an Iono here. Again, we have the Iono there, but not a lot of Pokemon Search left. You really want that Super Rod right now, and to be able to Iono, right? I mean, ideally you have both available. But in this case, if you're going to go Iono and hit the Super Rod from there, like there's still a chance that you're not getting a Charizard set up.
Right.
Actually,
Oh, man.
Actually, you have the Curlia, so you have a little bit more draw, actually.
Yeah, he has there's a possibility he misses the Super Rod because he will only draw 4 of the 5 cards.
Yeah. The good news is there's the Curlia, so you can draw 2 off of that. So you're actually guaranteed here, because you have a level ball in deck plus a Super Rod, you're guaranteed to be able to get 1 Charmander out. So here you can go Super Rod in. Actually, and you have the Artisan in play. So. Oh, I don't know about the refinement there. I guess that guarantees you the level ball before you Super Rod shuffle, so you can guarantee get out 2.
Oh, interesting. Manaphy is interesting there. Just won't, since we don't see an Urshifu down. I mean, maybe thinking ahead, right? Not wanting our opponent to be able to take 2 prizes in one turn, but I'm pretty sure this Gallade is going to go down.
So here you're really putting your eggs in this basket of being able to have this Charmander survive the turn. Again, there's no boss's orders in Asher's deck, so you do have that knowledge going into it that, even if Iono 2 into boss does not lose you that. I think just the risk of some Double Gunners, but again, with that Iono 2 plus a draw 3 to end the turn puts you in decent shape. Ooh, I think the fire energy count is a little bit concerning. I think we shuffled in 1 to the deck. There was already 5 in play. and there's 7 total in the list. We have 2 in hand, so I think there should still be 1 energy left in the deck.
I was pretty sure that we only saw the one get shuffled back in, and that I didn't know if there was any other energy after that. So, maybe we kind of needed to have attached, which we didn't. Did we have them in hand, or did we draw into them off of Rotom?
I think we drew into both of them.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Which, if that's the case, that's just very unfortunate. And actually, depending on energy here, we might see a whiff return knockout on this Gallade.
I think we're already down a couple of Rapid Strike energies. I think one was researched away. One should be at the bottom of the deck, and one was retreated off. So there might only be 1 left in deck. Yeah, a whiff here again with the power of Iono is just really strong. I think there's a spot here that Asher is going for of just trying to say, hey, if I can set up Devolution onto this Kirlia and this Charmander as an alternate win condition, as opposed to having to go through another Charizard EX, which at this point might not be possible.
For sure. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We'll just have to wait with bated breath and see if the deck is able to make that comeback that it tries to do. It's interesting with so many decks right now being so good in this format that are so reliant on comebacks, like Charizard's, damage ramping up based on your opponent's prize cards, and Gardevoir, Reversal Energy, Counter Catcher being reprinted. Makes it hard to know when to scoop. I would not envy any player who was getting into the TCG right now, trying to learn when the correct time is to scoop.
Right. I mean, I think some of the most powerful decks right now, again, look at Gardevoir, look at Giratina, look at Charizard. They're all decks that have a ton of comeback potential. And the other decks that aren't those decks are decks like Miraidon, decks like Mew, decks like Rapid Strike, decks like Iron Valiant that are saying, hey, I'm just going to come out of the gate swinging. So sometimes against a lot of these decks, if you're not able to just completely win and dominate the board state at the start, then you're maybe stuck. So I actually like this play from Asher of leaving the Gallade in the active. Again, it really just lets you put more pressure and give you a little bit more time to set up your combo pieces, because Asher counting properly says, hey, you don't have a way to get this Gallade out of the active.
Right.
I think probably the route that Asher could go here, and actually probably needs to go here, is you can go Palpad back the Turo and use that as your way to get Gallade out of the active, promote the Kirlia and evolve the Kirlia to the Gallade, and then that still gives you a way to start attacking the Charizard this turn. Looks like instead we'll just opt for a little bit of a slower route, just going Charmeleon, making sure we have all the energy. Again, I'm a little bit concerned about the energy in the deck. I think we still have 1 left, but there aren't a lot of cards left in deck right now.
Yeah, this is kind of scary, to be completely honest.
If he's able to get the Charizard set up after the Gallade goes down, he OHKOs any VMAX that's in his way.
Correct. That is a good point.
And then on top of it, if he Ionos them to 1 after they take that KO, so I might even grab the Iono now, you should be fine.
Again, that's like that Rapid Strike prize manipulation we were talking a little bit about earlier.
They also have 1:51 left to play.
Oh, so running out of time here.
Yeah, the serious player needs to pick up his pace a little bit if he wants to win. Because otherwise, they're very close on time with each other, and I'm not going to call slow player right now.
Makes sense.
But he does kind of need to pick it up, or else I will step in.
Also, with that Palpad being played for the Iono, there's no more access to boss's orders anymore. It's going to promote the Kirlia install for a little bit. debating the instant charge, but there's a bit of a deck out concern also.
Yeah, wait, we have. I mean, other than Iono, we have no other way. Oh, this is very scary.
Okay.
We're okay, but man, oh man.
Again, with time as low as it is, I think we're looking at a tie here again. There's just not enough time for, and again, not even a way to get out of the active. If the Inteleon player were to not KO the active, then okay, it looks like I'm gonna KO the active. So now Zard is able to just one shot this Inteleon, and then really in order to bring back the game, we need a double gunner, painful spoons, devolution. Actually, no, devolution won't even do it with the 90 HP.
Right. And getting Iono to one single card. Trying to attack as fast as possible. Burning Darkness for that 330.
Yeah, I don't think he realized how much time was left. Because with that move, like the rapid strike went right into what you wanted.
Right.
And now you would technically win. The opponent just conceded. Technically. They are within. Oh, this is where it gets difficult. They're within like the 30-second. They hit the 30-second mark where we will give a win, and we have video proof within the 30 seconds.
So are we 30 seconds over right now?
We were at 28 seconds over when the concede button came up.
Okay, I'll let you handle that.
I don't think Asher had any way of winning either.
Right. Especially after seeing like your top or getting Iono to one single card.
This is where it gets weird with stream games. Like we've done different things with stream games before, where if we have a stream game, we will give you that kind of leeway, but also watching it, the serious player could have played a little bit faster and got the win still.
Right.
What's up, Asher? Oh, yeah, mysterious player in the chat said damn, like he just missed it. He just realized. Okay then. So I think we had one other time, just make sure that tie doesn't come up with anything either.
Yeah, well done, both players.
Their Discord match was already set up. They were set up well ahead of time. But for Discord games, if it comes to it, like if they're taking like 5 minutes, we give time extensions. This one got set up so quickly and it was done ready so quickly that we're not worried about trying to give a time extent. Worrying about the extension. It's the hard part about it. And we've debated and talked about giving 4-minute extensions to every stream game in the future. Also as a way to entice people to stream. So it's been discussed. We just don't know how it doesn't come up that often. So it's like, okay, what do we do, right?
I was like, I don't know if we've ever even really had it be super relevant, at least not recently.
No. Yeah, right, Asher? I'm going to leave it as it stands. It ran time. Mysterious player could have played faster for a game. Like he had everything there. So we're just going to leave it as is. That's the worst thing. A tie doesn't hurt you that badly. Especially if you just continue winning out. So
just win.
That is our call. All right, let's see who James is playing. James hasn't been on in a while. He's up against Zorak. This 3-0. Oh, I know where we're going.
Hisuian or Zorobox?
Hisuian. But no, yeah, Asher, you had like he killed your engine so fast. I mean, what could happen, right? I sat here eating Cheez-Its the whole time, going, "Man, this is a good game."
Oh my gosh, dude.
This is some good cheese it's too.
Why do I only have 3 Arceus Vs, but I have 4 Arc V stars? Someone explain that to me.
We just want to increase your outstar Arceus V star.
Apparently.
You also need to start Arceus V. So.
I was like, this isn't like when Lost Box were, 3 or 4 of the V stars, but only 2 of the Vs because they didn't want to draw into them or start them.
So we're featuring as another Zard deck. There's probably going to be a lot of Zard decks from like now until the end of time.
Yeah.
But I'm more interested in the opponent. That's why we have this on. Is they just happen to be playing a Charizard deck. Not much we can do about that sometimes.
Yeah, Charizard is 22% of the room, so we have to consider that there's going to be a lot of them around. What's nice is Riva's Hisuian Zoroark list is teched for the matchup. It is playing a Justified Gloves and Cleansing Gloves. So Justified Gloves is going to be really key here if they're able to pull off a 330 hit on Charizard EX.
Would hurt massively. Oh, Prowler, I'm going to double check that. But thanks for bringing that up. That is definitely one of those ones I believe is a glitch. Isn't Frostmoth is still in play? Oh. It's a different Frostmoth. I'm like, why would that be? Okay, no, that makes sense. Okay. I'm like, I thought Frostmoth was gone, and I thought we replaced it with Excalibur.
Looks like not the strongest start for Ravi. Again, just energy attached pass, Gape Jaw bogged down. Again, it's you're okay with that a little bit. At least you're able to still threaten an attack next turn. But again, you're really hoping at this point that that they have a draw supporter in hand, have some Ultra Balls, things like that. But again, in a tough matchup like this, not being able to get your guys out is tough. There's actually not a lot of ball search in Riva's deck. No VIP pass, only 4 Ultra Balls, and yeah, that's the only way you're finding Pokemon really.
Double Charizard come down. It feels like you want to get a Pidgeot. Like, do you even want to Iono here? Like, okay, no, I don't even think you Iono ever.
You love VIP off the Mew, so.
That's what she's there for. I do, for some reason, really, really love the artwork on that promo Charmander. I don't think it's necessarily optimal, but the artwork is very adorable. I made the room go quiet. Sorry.
Oh, no.
Sorry, I'm dealing with a judge call.
Oh, no, you're good, you're good. I was just like, and... Well, on our end, Justified Gloves is a very easy discard. We do see Ultra Ball grab that Rotom V. The nice thing about Battle VIP Pass is it doesn't trigger that Gape Jaw Bog, but do see 20 damage come down onto that Rotom.
Yeah, not really as relevant for the Zard player taking damage. It is nice if you can force 20 damage onto a Charmander. Then you don't need the 2 basic energy on. You can use a double turbo plus the Justified Gloves to hit 310 for knockout.
For sure.
A spot, but unfortunately we did see that attachment. Really just gonna be the pass over to Riva and just see what they're able to do from here. Good discard from there. What is nice, we have the V-Star power available. Again, just a research on your V-Star. That might be what
That's
they go
so
for. They
nice.
go for the Hisuian Zoroark V-Star. And this is also their first time looking at their deck.
Oh, yeah, good point.
The list they're playing is pretty consistent. Again, playing the 4/4 Zoroark V-Star, 2 Luminion, 2 Gengar, Radiant Greninja to help draw a few cards and some discard synergy with the 3 Melanies. And that Manaphy and Jirachi just to save the damage. I guess in a deck with Hisui and Zoroark, you're really not trying to play too many cards like Nest Ball or VIP Pass, since you're not taking damage with Gapejaw Bog, and spreading that damage is so important. So going for just a boss angle off of that.
Bring up that
Might be a
Rotom.
boss pass at this rate, unless they have the attachment. We'll go damage pump to swing for 150 if they have the attachment for turn.
There is that DTE. We'll see the
there's
Phantom
research.
Star.
There we go. So we're looking to just get another basic Pokemon down, take 2 prizes, and get going. Here we go. Found another
Ultra Ball's gonna help us get there. I'm assuming we'll go ahead and grab another V. Especially after we take 2 prizes here, it becomes a little more scary. Charizard's hitting a little harder.
So you might have a research in hand, just based off the grab of the Gengar. So I don't believe we played a supporter yet. What is nice is that, you know, you are in a spot where you don't even have to, like, you're not at risk of being knocked out next turn.
Right.
And also thinking about in this matchup, it is a little bit easier to KO that Pidgeot EX if it gets set up. So that's probably your ideal prize map if you can pull it off. Right now we're hitting for 180. And now we're up to 230, just like that.
Discard a bunch of cards. Might as well pal pad them back in. Holding 1 single card, I'm going to assume that that's a draw supporter probably. And we will see the first prize cards of the game taken there.
I don't recall a draw supporter being played for turn. So I think if that is something like a research, then maybe they're holding it. Actually, they played the boss's orders. That's
yeah, they played boss.
All right, hijacking the stream just for a moment.
Do it.
If you're playing your opponent and your opponent is streaming, please do not join their table. I understand some people might be new and don't understand. That's fine. That's why we issued a warning for what happened. It was caught very quickly. But don't join your opponent. Don't be in our stream. So like if X-Man 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wow, that's a very long name. Is in this stream. And it makes obvious plays where knowing your opponents, like I know of them when they have 1 card in hand and you obviously had a good hand or something. That we usually tell when it's a stream snipe, you will be disqualified from the tournament.
Valid.
I have been stream sniped. It sucks. I do not like see it happening to players.
I love this artwork of that Pidgeot. The Charizard, yeah. I'm excited for the shiny one instead. It's going to be an expensive card, I bet, though. All right, Arvin here going to be able to grab us an item card and a tool card. Looks like we're opting for Counter Catcher and that Forest Sealstone. So wouldn't be knocking out that V-Star, but will be knocking out that V.
Yeah, I think great play here. Again, really just saying, hey, I got to keep up with the prize trade. Swinging into that V-Star doesn't do you any good. And once your opponent does take out another 2 prizes, then you are able to go and return KO a Hisui Zoroark V-Star.
For sure. And it looks like another Arvin and a Rare Candy grabbed off the prizes. Rare Candy, really nice, kind of being able to combo things, especially with that quick search.
Opting to promote the Gengar here means that the hand probably doesn't look too good, unfortunately.
I'm hoping not to get blown up.
Yeah, unfortunately with the Pidgeot EX in play, again, can easily grab that boss's orders to get another attack going on a 2-prizer. Rava does have the ability to attack with a Gengar, put 2 damage counters on all of your opponents. As a bench Pokemon, or is it all of them? Put 2 damage counters on your active for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. So could do a little bit of a play here if we had something like Devolution, and that adds a little bit of ability to the mix. But promoting the Gengar looks like that you might not have a KO this turn, and then just being very susceptible to a boss play.
Yeah, it's like if we do see, not much happen, might as well just go ahead and boss up one of the Luminions. Quick Search is going to be able to very easily find us the other one for the following turn. Research do see that come down, and another V. I was like,
Sorry, I haven't been so doom-centric. There's just been so many little different things coming up.
And there's just a pass with the Gengar.
Ouch.
I almost feel like with this, you just boss up the fish. One of the fish.
Yeah, why not? Or the other Zoroark V. It really doesn't matter, I don't think.
I think you just set up the other Charizard, you boss up something, you KO with the 2 prizer, and then you have 2 Charizards set up. That's essentially checkmate. Because if they take 2 prizes, even off like your active or anything else like that, nothing's surviving.
Raiva does play the 1 counter catcher. I believe they had to discard it. I think an out that they would be looking for here to just be able to survive in the game is something like an Iono plus counter catcher KO the Pidgeot EX. But again, you're still in a spot where that Charizard can just go return KO.
Yeah, I think it's massive that James here needs to boss his orders, one of the 2 prizers.
Right. Which is exactly what's going on.
It'd be nice to get rid of the one with the energy, but that's not happening.
Yeah, I think KO and Zoroark here is fine. Again, once your opponent takes 2 more prizes, then you're able to KO any of their V-Stars in play.
Getting rid of their stadium and getting rid of the Jirachi at the same point. They get rid of one of their fish, but there's still too many fish out there.
Yeah, you can only pick one to get rid of it.
Interestingly enough, can actually theoretically Aqua return next turn with that Luminion and prevent James from being able to win the game next turn with the 2 prize knockout.
That's actually really funny, and it looks like the Luminion is getting promoted here.
Again, a play that can be made, but I still think not quite enough to close out the game.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a little too late, right?
Yeah, I think even that last turn, like you still need to go route instead of promoting the Gengar. You still have to promote the Hisuian Zoroark V-Star and just attack for sure. Let's see, we're gonna go a little boss stall play.
Possibly could be picking up prizes off the Mew.
Definitely.
Which, no, I don't like that because all he did now is just empower the Charizard more, and it now KOs the Hisuian Zoroark for game.
Exactly. Yeah. And really, I think what Rival's hoping at this point is that the 3rd boss is prized. So nope, we just get it off the top.
Jeez Louise.
So unfortunately, there. Great to see a Zoroark V-Star deck seeing some success. Again, got going quick. Took the first 2 prizes. Just wasn't able to keep up, and Charizard being able to search for any card they want with that Pidgeot EX makes it tough to come back from if you fall behind.
I think that's why we're seeing 20% of the meta be this Charizard and not this Zoroark.
100%. We just won $15,000 this past weekend too. So a top 4 and a win.
Wait, is that Rayquaza?
What?
I went to City League real quick. I just wanted to see City League, right? On stream there right now, they have Rayquaza Arceus with Iron Hands and Charcadet and Pidgeot going up against Charizard.
That's whack.
How are you setting up the
Pidgeot? Actually, that's quite funny because Does Charcadet only work to other fire Pokemon? No, right? It just moves the fire energies.
I think it's to your active.
It's like when it moves from the bench to the active. So,
Not Charcadet, it's Armor Rouge.
Yeah, exactly. The baby's Charcadet, right?
We actually saw the little shiny Armor Rouge from the new set that we don't quite have yet on stream. That's what they just evolved into.
That's so funny.
Stream real quick. Charcadet evolves into a lot of things, but not the one I'm looking for. I don't remember how to spell Armor Rouge. That's why I was looking it up. Scorching Armor. If this Pokemon is in the active spot and it's okay, that's the wrong one. Fire Off. As often as you like during a turn, you may move a fire energy from one of your bench Pokemon to your active. So it goes to the active.
Makes sense. Doom, I'm gonna be right back, so I'll just let you and Maddox chat it up.
All right, we'll hold it out.
So do you like Pokemon? No.
Yeah, I do like Pokemon. Funny you should mention that.
No, we'll watch some of the City League right now because it's good thing on. It's a little bit the next format, but not that far into the next format.
Yeah, I think there aren't too many new cards. I know there's the new Crisis Shot TM. If your opponent has one prize card left, you can attack for 3 energy for 180, which means that Cramorant can attack for 280 for free for 1 prize at the end of the game. Semi-intriguing to see, but other than that, I think really just the extra shiny cards. There's a few other little pieces here, but really interesting deck, and that's what's so cool about watching these tournaments. Again, I think this is the Kyoto Champions League, but just being able to see so many cool decks and see them succeed like this.
Yeah, one of the biggest things you see with this is it's a best of 1 format with no ties. So stuff like Block Lax doesn't make as much sense.
Yeah, because a tie is basically a loss.
Like, actually, there was a player earlier, that Cash KSM, we know who he is, one of the Singapore players, tweeted out that they tried to stall Charizard, brought up the Rotom, like they had no energy left, but then they put down a Beach Court.
Beach Court and Charizard. I mean, hey, it saves you an energy. It's another path bump.
They put it down themselves, the ones who were trying to boss stall. It's like, why would you do that?
Oh, no. I thought you said the Charizard was playing Beach Court. I was like, okay, I guess that's a play.
That would be something. Like, you know what? Actually, it makes a little bit of sense, but I don't think they.
No.
I don't think there's other, because like it's a path out, okay, but like you're giving it to Giratina, who's going to want that.
True.
I definitely need to get some Japanese sleeves and some over sleeves.
Yeah, they have so many fantastic Japanese sleeves. It's just you want to protect them. But if we see the Charizard deck without any Charizards in play, except the Radiant Charizard.
It's got a Charizard in the active.
That's the new shiny one. Oh, yeah, no, I thought it was the Entei V.
No,
because it's a new shiny one. Oh, yeah. That makes more sense.
That is a new special one. So
gotta zoom in on the stream some more.
It's one of the hard things, and like both the production of like the English and the Japanese streams is like how do you get the cards on stream, and like you have the shiny, you have a lot of foils that get played comparatively to like some other games, or it can be hard to see what's going on. And it's like, well, okay, do you want to feature a bigger part of the table? Does it need to be squared? Like you can see here, like this is more squared off, even though like the layout is very similar. But surprisingly, this one doesn't have the table prizes, the cam prizes, because I think it's like a secondary stream, a sub feature.
Oh, okay, interesting.
So they have like another game setup that's playing while the main one's playing, so they can cut to it if needed, which is something I would love to see with like American ones, but that's just going to be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, the big problem is there's so much energy on that Arceus that was knocked out. That's really the energy that you needed to be able to go and use Max Burst with the Rayquaza VMAX to be able to take this knockout. But in this spot here, I mean, it's looking pretty tough. You almost need to like save the energy to go Iron Hands for 2 later in the game. but at the same time, the Radiant Charizard in the back threatening. Even if you were to take the knockout here, so it looks like we are going to go with that play. Let's see, how many energy do we need for that attack? So you would still need either a tool card, a damage modifier. So you can discard 4 energy to hit the 320. Oh, sorry, no, 20 plus the 320, so 340. So 4 energy will be a knockout here after using Fire Off to move the 2 energy off. But I'm going to board say, we really don't have any energy. You'll need to be able to get, really, you just need another fire energy for turn to be able, and a boss to KO something like the Mew.
The Pidgeot's already set up to be KO'd,
Sure.
and then the Iron Hands is also easily KO'd by the Radiant Zard. Which they also have Magma Basin in play, which
Makes it even easier.
Which makes it even easier for the Charizard player if they see it. A Heavy Ball. It's 2 cards, buddy. Just put it down. You gotta see it. That Magma Basin is so gold.
Yeah, if you have a boss plus the Magma Basin, then that's just game. Is that a TM Devolution in his deck?
I want to say so.
That's interesting. It's really exciting to see these lists at the end once it comes out. So do they have the boss's orders? See, there's that devolution. Looks like we don't have it. I mean, that means no counter catcher and no boss available off the quick search.
Yeah.
Unless you forgot about the
Magma
Basin. Straight into the Mew. Interesting. Goes for the research. Again, we're stuck in a spot where we're not attacking this turn.
I don't think your opponent's attacking either, though.
I mean, again, the opponent can attack. All they need is just access to 1 fire energy. Again, unlikely.
That's how they did it.
Okay, the Pidgeot EX. Because it had enough damage on it, yeah.
They just can't grab anything.
But actually with Magma, actually it's just game. They evolve into the Armor Rouge, Magma Basin to it, and then move the energy up to be able to hit for 100 on the Mew for game. Just to take their final prize card.
Yeah. I'm not even sure if I like the de-evolution play there.
Well, no, because again, leaving Magma Basin in play, that just sets it up.
Yeah.
Or that's not the way, or you just retreat. They had many different routes to be able to win that. I do think you have to leave something a little bulkier in the active. But again, with that, yeah, with the Radiant Zard, you have to leave the Pidgeot active.
Sadly, we didn't see the Zard there win. We did see the Arceus with a Rayquaza VMAX. That's one of those interesting. That's the deck I kind of see Mysterious Player playing, who is actually right now the 1. As we have plenty of 4-0s. We have the Regigigas. Is this
Reggie's or is this Arceus Regigigas V-Star?
Straight Reggie's.
Oh yes, this is a deck that I really enjoy playing at local leagues. It's just fun. Looks like they're opting for the Bad Drago as one used to say, but really Bad Drago is what's going to make the Charizard matchup easier. Which at this point, with so much Charizard, you need.
There's a Frost.
Let's see, Prince Vortex Frostlass deck.
Is it one that? It's not this one, is it? The 3-1 here? Oh, it is. Oh.
Ooh, Frostlass EX. Wow.
You hit 280. You're trying to spread. I forgot that it has the 1 active.
That's pretty cool.
The baby one.
What was the other Frostlass do? Let's see.
It goes in Frost Over. When you evolve, you attach one water from your from discard pile to one of your Pokemon.
Just to one of your Pokemon, no bench restriction, right? You're able to just evolve that and then add another energy to your active.
Yeah.
Help set up your guys just like that.
And mind you, Frostlass is only stage 1?
Yeah, stage 1. 260, decent spread attacker, 140, and then 2, I think the real benefit is your opponent's taking 1 less prize.
So we'll definitely try to get this on this round. I will reach out to their opponents, but we'll also have to make sure we have other games match up. You never know. You never know. So let's see. Oh, we have Victor Von Doom coming in. Oh, got an issue. Fun issues. Let's see. Where is he? There he is. All right. So we got a slow play call, so I'm popping it open. Drag us all there. If you want to watch it too.
Tough job, not only the lead commentator, but also head judge. So Doom keeps very busy over here.
I actually gotta check something real quick. Trying to remember how to get to a pairings. Round one. Okay. Okie dokies. Always fun. So you have a good Christmas coming up?
Yeah, looking forward to it. So we'll just be back visiting in Orlando, have some family there. Again, based in Jacksonville, so not too far of a drive, but looking forward to a nice Florida Christmas where it doesn't snow. It's a lot of times it's 80 and you're wearing shorts and a t-shirt. So, what about you? Anything planned for you?
We got our normal stuff. Just have our Christmas Eve. We're gonna do stuff with we'll go out, see Christmas lights. Watch Elf, maybe Violent Night.
A Violent Night?
Have you seen that?
Not sure if I've heard of that one. No.
It is the guy from Stranger Things. He's playing Santa Claus, who's like kind of depressed and like out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing if there's any other interesting lists. He goes and he ends up at this like rich person's house, where like one person there, the little girl there, like still believes in Santa, and they get robbed, like a huge thing. Like they show up, they have this huge operation, and he ends up going violent on them and killing all the robbers because like they attack him, and he has like a pass as like a Viking warrior.
What a time.
Yeah. So it's like, was it David Harbour? I think it is. It is a really fun, dumb movie. It's got what's his name? The guy who played the Pest and was like Sid the Sloth in Ice Age and was the car guy in John Wick. Why am I forgetting his name?
I'm terrible with actors' names anyways, so you're totally fine.
Yeah. He's in it. He plays the bad guy. He plays like Mr. Scrooge. Like he hates Christmas.
Anyone in chat, any other Christmas movies that y'all are a fan of? Maybe more under the radar ones?
We were going to attempt watching Christmas movies on stream, but the problem is because we cross stream with YouTube.
Oh, gotcha.
I can watch stuff from Amazon Prime, but I can't watch stuff from Amazon Prime on YouTube.
A little bit of a controversial take, but probably my favorite Christmas movie is Die Hard. I know it's definitely it's hard to say whether it's a true Christmas movie or not. I think I enjoy the debate more than I believe that Die Hard's a Christmas movie. It's funny to have that stance.
Okay, this is funny. A year without Santa Claus came up almost simultaneously between Prince Vortex and Heat Miser. I'm gonna time you both out. No, I'm not gonna time him. One was my mod. I couldn't time him out anyways. I'd have to remod him.
I have not heard of that movie either. I thought I knew all the Christmas movies, but apparently I don't. So.
A Year Without Santa Claus? That's a classic.
Just a based movie. All right, Prince of Vortex. I'll have to check it out.
Okay. They have cleared the judge request. We can stop watching this. Yeah, it's all claymation. Oh my god, I almost want to pop it up anyways. Like, so got YouTube. Let's see if I can find it.
The Grinch Live. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Grinch. No, I'm just seeing a decent cup of coffee. Talking about the Grinch Live.
Like
live action.
The thing is, like, Heat Miser actually gets his name from that movie. So we watch Elf. We've done Elf. We've done Die Hard. I'm gonna finish freaking Return of the King. Mrs. Doom and the Oldest Doom is Frog is dragging their feet so bad on it. I'm just like, come on, let's finish it. And they're like, no, we're wait a little bit. I'm like, come on.
Yeah, Michael, that sounds like a really nice Christmas tradition. So, and good to see you chat.
Isn't Elf? He doesn't need to eat it with a lot of maple syrup.
Yeah, I think there's the he has the food pyramid where it's like, candy, syrup, all the different things.
It's like every type of diabetes. All right, we got round 5
Elf.
going. And who was the player we were looking for again? Oh, the Frostlass. I want to double check who they are. It was Night Post, right?
Are you talking about the
Frostlass player?
Frostlass. Night Posh.
I want to say that was. I just want to make sure. So when I pair them, I can go find them and ask if they can, if them or their opponent can, which is always great. Okay, as Night Posh.
See the elf, the 4 main food groups for elves: candy canes, candy corns, and syrup.
Me? Oh. There, okay, I'm asking them. I'm in there. Any other players we know? We always have James. James is always a constant. Mysterious player still there. I'm just always looking for other players, just in case. Any other interesting deck? We do have the Gudras.
Oh, we have a Palkia at 4-0, Corvo 7. That's just James Sims again. The Reggies are 4-0, playing Palkia. Might be a good match if we can grab that.
Which one's that? That's
table 2.
Table 2. Cool. I will ask them as well. Oh, it makes sense, Cash. I don't remember. I think I've asked Glacier 6 before. I think they weren't able to. Oh, I forgot to check. How is our champion doing? 4-0. He's going to run it back.
All right, Jam has the chance to run it back.
4 times. 4 times out of the last 6 is a possibility.
Looks like Jam is in a mirror right now.
Ooh, that's a brutal one. The 3-1s, no one's said anything. I don't think I've seen him even pop up yet. We do have Blazy. Blazy's a solid. I believe he's playing Block Lax. Let's see where he's at. He's at 2-2 though. He's a solid player. Blazy's been so solid. Again, we do the James match because he is playing up against an interesting deck. Who's Mysterious player playing up against?
Here you go. They're playing against Gardevoir.
We'll default to James.
Gardevoir with the Deoxys V-Star. I think too relevant in the Charizard matchup, but good to know.
I think we'll default to James because at least it's an interesting deck. But the other ones have not said anything, and we need to get a match going. I don't always like defaulting. I like to get people on. But if we're not able to, there's not much we can do.
Yeah, totally get that. You're back at a nice 4-0 match. Again, seeing Palkia, which has really kind of seen a little more success. Again, just got a top 4 this past weekend in San Antonio, and this one is opting to play the Alolan Vulpix V-Star, which can be a really, really big factor in the Charizard matchup for it specifically. Really not playing many outs to that. A lot of them have cut. I don't think they have really anything. They have the Charmeleon that can attack. Other than that, pretty much all reliant on abilities.
Now, James's starting hand is absolutely horrid.
Oh.
He'll probably
James go first?
James went second.
Hopefully. Okay, so still a chance.
Yeah.
But if you're going first, then this is awful.
Yeah.
All right, so if you're Corvo here, really your goal, I think, is simple. It's just, survive and get the Vulpix going.
Which we just
Interesting,
saw
the Charizard.
We just saw the Vulpix at the discard.
Oh, jeez. Well, guess I'm not going for that yet. They're playing the two... No, that's wrong list. Let's see. 1 Super Rod, so the ability to get that back, potentially.
That's an
Looks like going for a different route.
Oh, the Spiritomb is going to make life even harder because now the Rotom V can't draw extra cards.
Yeah, definitely Spiritomb, in Palkia decks are just very nice. Again, help slow down the Charizard a little bit. Oh, this is an Iono, and hope to get a VIP off of this.
I don't think they could KO you. Oh, but you got the VIP, but...
There's the VIP.
I think you go Mew, Pidgeot, because you have a Charmander in hand. Okay. Maybe you hope you get another Battle VIP pass.
Yeah, at this point, if you're going this route, you're kind of fishing for that VIP pass.
Which you got it.
Which you have to hit, because if not, they just go mana fee. Sorry. Oh, there you go. Let's hit 2 of them. Wow. So yeah, you really got to get the mana fee down. And you're in a spot now. You can go Pidgeot, mana fee, or Pidgey, mana fee, bench the other Charmander. And then now, opponent's in a tough spot. Again, your hand isn't great. You're looking, assuming they knock out the Mew, you're looking for Rare Candy, Pidgeot EX to then probably get an Arven and get rolling from there. But if they are somehow able to go and take out the Mew or take out the Pidgey, depending on what they go for, then hand's not really doing too much, especially with the Spiritomb in play and no draw off the Rotom.
AJ the Great, the Tournament of Doom is a weekly late night Pacific time, Pacific late night tournament series. It's been going on for almost 100 tournaments. Organized by myself, Senior Doom, sponsored by Tabletop Village and Doomed Gaming. We are coming up on 100 tournaments. Sadly, not consecutively because when I go to a regional, I'm not able to run it. We're currently we watch players and we commentate over it, and we try to find the funnest, dumbest decks we can. Like we wanted to see the Palkia play, and we had the Charizard player was able to stream their match for us, so we're able to watch it from that side. Also, since I said Tabletop Village, I have to do the Tabletop Village sponsorship thing. Give me a second here. Stand up, sit up a little bit. Tabletop Village is the premier Pokemon destination in the entire world. Located in the International District of Seattle, Tabletop Village has an extensive selection of Pokemon sealed products, Pokemon singles, Pokemon... It's just any product you can think of, including also other card games like One Piece, Flesh and Blood, I believe, and Magic. One Piece is one of the bigger ones. Brian and his crew are very helpful, and they will help you find anything you need. They can help source anything you need, and are just an amazing people to be around, especially to play tournaments. I've played multiple tournaments there. There's so much space. So good. And it's worth going to if you're ever in Seattle. 100%. Use code DOOM5, that's DOOM numerical 5 at tabletopvillage.com to save 5% on any of your orders from there. Or go in and say, hey, Doom sent me, and maybe they'll give you a discount. I don't know. I can't guarantee that part, but the Doom5 code I can. So there you go. That I'm contractually obligated to say that at least once a week.
No worries. Jumping back to the game real quick. So Corvo unfortunately missed an attack. Again, kind of rare to see. Has the energy attached to Palkia. Was able to get an Earthen Vessel. Looks like they didn't have a way to discard the energy or opted not to go for the Star Portal to get an attack off. And then comboed with that is a very, very fortunate top deck from James of top decking that Rare Candy, allowing the Pidgeot EX to get into play. To go search for a research, evolve the Charmeleon. And looks like here is also going to miss a return attack. I think, again, taking for a little bit of a slower play, a little bit of an interesting route. We'll see how this kind of works out with both players missing the turn to attack.
Sorry, I had a cough. AJ the Great, thank you for the follow as well. Let's really plug Doomed Gaming as well. I'm sorry, but I'm not. I'm working on stuff for it.
Didn't plug at all.
Oh wait, it looks like wait, that's the Reggie's game? I think the Reggie's game's going. The guy actually jumped on. Dang it. Well, we're already invested in this game. I'm sorry. Unless we want to jump to the Reggies.
I mean, I think both are slated for pretty good games. We're able to show off the Palkia either way.
Yeah,
I tune into Reggie's next game.
that sounds good. Sometimes I don't real. Sometimes I think people don't see, or I just didn't catch it in time. I get a little impatient. I think maybe now, standing from now on, we offer a 5-minute extension for setup. It it seems like the correct move. And
Yeah, if it's letting you get the games you want on stream, then totally fine with that. So we do see Corvo taking the first knockout, just subspace swell on the Mew. Again, the prize trade is also pretty important in this matchup, since Charizard does not have a way to KO that Palkia V-Star early, but in late game can take one shots, while Palkia V-Star doesn't really have any ways to KO a Charizard EX. Sometimes they can pull it off with a Chen Pao combo. They do have the Vulpix in play. Really, there's also a line that Charizard's only way around the Vulpix is like a counter catcher plus boss. So you can manipulate your prizes in such a way that you're never behind, then you can set up the Vulpix a little bit more successfully. But again, the V-Star is still in the discard, so still a few more pieces needed.
I think as James, you now have carte blanche to go after that Vulpix before it ever gets set up. Wipe it off the board, right?
Yeah, definitely. Just makes the pieces too hard for Corvo to get it set up. You have the boss in hand, you have the counter catcher available. Pretty much everything you need.
Then after that, if they don't evolve the other Palkia, go after the Palkia. Finish the game against the Lumineon.
I think even here you can use that counter catcher. Yeah, looking to play the Arven and just gets things set up a little bit more. You definitely have a world where you can just go and play the counter catcher, take out the Vulpix, and then you have, game on board with the Lumineon plus Palkia for you're taking your other 4 prizes.
So he's got all the energy in the world now.
Mm-hmm. In
text.
theory, Corvo could go and Aqua return that Lumineon, but again, Corvo needs to be taking prizes at some point. Ideally, for the Palkia, you're trying to set up a cross switcher clone play on the Manaphy. Right now, that's not quite as much available. You can still use it to take 2 prizes, but by not dealing damage to a Charizard, you're putting yourself in a little bit of trouble anyways.
I feel like this deck, the Palkia, really wants to do the Greninja play. I believe they even play the Canceling Cologne.
Yeah, they typically are playing Canceling Cologne. Corvo's list does have the 4 cross switcher plus the Canceling Cologne, plus the 4 Irida engine. I'm really just trying to say, hey, I have lots of different ways to get to it, and just getting that playoff is so powerful and can really swing some of these matchups. So, looking a little bit of a tough spot for Corvo. The Vulpix not available anymore. Enough of a board with 2 prizers that there isn't really a chance to go and trim your board down to get down to nothing, and then try to get set of that Vulpix for later. So a little bit of a tricky situation. I'll have to see how Corvo adjusts from this. Again, part of it is going to be having to deal with that pitch out EX, which can just search for any card at this point.
There was a theory modding once where someone was actually theory modding putting Path of the Peak in Palkia. But I was like, but he's so dependent on the Greninja and then the random Lumineon, it's just not worth it. But even then, he's already set up where he can't even Lumineon himself anyways because he put the Spirit Tomb down.
Oh, yeah.
Like here, all you gotta do is boss orders the one Palkia, get another Charizard set up, and then you're just... You don't even need the candy.
Yeah, I mean, you can go... candy doesn't even help you here. Probably in this spot, you can just go boss's orders on the Lumineon, and then you have your Charmeleon, and then just evolve your Charmeleon in the back to a Charizard, which has the Vitality Band. So you're able to go and KO a Palkia V. There's maybe a world where you go for the Palkia V now, just to prevent them from evolving it and getting rid of that route.
So what do they go with? You have Charizard. You have the boss. I mean... Okay. we're seeing.
Yep, you can just set up your damage Charizard.
Also, just making that a little bit more difficult because the funny thing is, the Manaphy doesn't even matter now. There's nothing going on with the Manaphy because they can't damage the bench Charizard with Greninja, which I don't think people always realize.
It definitely is forgotten. I remember at first when Charizard DX came out, says, "Oh, Kyogre would just body this." And I say, "No, it can't be damaged when it's on the bench." Yeah, I think unfortunately, effectively, it's just game on board with for James. No way to disrupt the ability to just grab another boss. Assuming the third boss is in the deck. Actually, no, there's still 2 bosses left. Only 1 boss has been used. Assuming there's more boss in deck. There's a collapsed stadium in Corvo's list if they're able to find that, plus bench some more Pokemon and get rid of the Lumineon V as a liability overall. But even then, with 2 Charizards set up, it can be a little tricky. Do with the cross switcher.
Cross switcher canceling Cologne. Is that what I'm coming back to?
2 prizes here,
so.
but there's like not much else you could do.
And getting rid of the stone. No, getting rid of the Vitality Band. Plus the Roxanne. I mean, hey, great combo. If you could combo it with a Path to the Peak, or if you got the Pidgeot off the board and going into the rope. Jeez.
Wait, why?
See.
Interesting. That Manaphy is working again.
Hey, Emmy, can I ask you to go to table 11 to watch for slow play real quick?
Table which one?
11.
11, yeah.
And we do see the concession from Corvo. Again, just a really tough spot. Played to their outs. Has the Roxanne, had the cross switcher. He didn't hit the clone to take a few prizes. Again, I think missing that first attack. Palkia, just a deck known for turbo, being able to get set up quickly, playing the Melanies, playing all those vessels. Just couldn't quite get all the pieces they needed for that turn 1 attack on the Mew. And then, again, once you let Charizard get set up and start swinging, then really not too much you can do from there.
All right, I want to see how that Reggie's game is going real quick. See if we get another game as Emmy is doing a judge call for us. Oh wow, it's almost done. How's Reggie's not taking a prize yet? Well, I guess we'll find out here in a second.
So it actually looks like, again, Terrace Park great into Palkia, but again, only 120, so we're not quite getting that knockout. Not able to hit for 280, only hitting for 240, which looks like was the case here.
Chat, I will have it up in a second. I'm sorry, it just.
Hey, Doom.
Yeah.
If you haven't given a warning, give one now.
Okay.
I'm gonna go back. Or no, they just disappeared.
Okay.
Well, if at minimum they need a warning.
The opponent just cleared the request. Oh, I'll still give it. Actually,
I'm assuming it was the wait. Okay, let me clarify. Actually, Chat can hear me, right?
Yeah, Chat can hear you. How about we do this?
Here, I'm gonna message you.
Yeah, message me. That'll be the easiest.
Yeah, y'all talk to your thing. Anyone just tuning into this Reggie's game, really exciting. We just saw a 4-prize turn from the Reggie's deck, so really a line here to win. Interesting situation. The tricky part is that right now, Kyoko, the Reggie's player, is not playing any gift energy. They opted for an Irida here on the Palkia side, but if Irida had a situation where you're able to go and disrupt that Regigigas player, then they might have a spot where they just don't have an out to get rolling. So we'll see what they're able to do here. Looking at the Reggie list, there is 1 boss's orders, again, tuned in a little bit late, and 2 counter catchers, so we'll have to see what's available. It looks like Palkia player Glacier 6 is going to go for a route, throwing the Ice Rider Calyrex and saying, hey, you can't KO this. Even the Reggie Steel using Heavy Slam for weakness is only hitting 240, which would not be enough. So right here, we're going to need a counter catcher for game. 10-card hand from the Reggie player, 14 cards left in deck, so might be an opportunity to pull it off. Let's see what they can do. All right, we see the Reggie Drago promotion. we can have another out to a Regieleki, then we can use that Ancient Wisdom ability of the Regigigas to get set up. Again, lots of cards in deck, so expecting to have a way to see that Regieleki come back down. Still may need to dig for a couple more pieces.
They took. I just came back and they took 4 prizes.
Yeah, that was right when you turned the stream on. They were able to go Regieleki to KO the Palkia plus put 40 on the 40 on the Chen Power for game. We do see the counter catcher. That was one of the pieces they need. All we need to see here from the Reggie's player is an Regieleki to use Ancient Wisdom, and then setting up that Regidrago. Playing all the trekking shoes. There is Regieleki. As long as that energy's in the discard, still can just set up that Regidrago. It looks like we're going to see a concession from Glacier 6 once the energy's in play. If there go 2 grasses and a fire, so
they could have KO'd anything off that bench.
Yeah, I mean Glacier 6 did go attack with the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX, something that they couldn't KO, so they did require the counter catcher there. So Reggie was playing 2 counter catcher plus a boss, so lots of outs to KO that. A nice kind of game. Again, we just saw they were down 6-2, able to take 4 prizes in 1 turn, and then able to close out the game.
We have a
Bless you.
Yeah, that's me, man. Yes, I'm playing Regigigas.
Hi. Actually, you know what? We don't always do a lot of player interviews. Actually, I think this would be a good chance. What got you playing Regigigas again?
Oh man, like I tested Regigigas in for a month, and I just surrender playing Regigigas. But I saw one Japanese player. His deck list was very consistent, and I decided to try it. That's basically it.
Yeah, it's gotten to 5-0 tonight, which...
Yeah, because with this deck, you cannot... there's not much space in the deck. I was running Torton with Iron Hands and Torton with there's one list with that penguin, water penguin. I don't know which.
Napoleon.
No.
Iron Bundle.
Iron Bundle.
Yeah. I was running that as well, but I had eight lists of Regigigas, and I was losing. But now, the strategy is just to focus on the Regigigas package.
Yeah, we have definitely a lot of people in chat who are Reggie fans. There's still a lot of Reggie fans, and I would almost guarantee you that there's a lot of Japanese Twitter watches this tournament, and for lists like this, someone's going to feature it, and they're going to be talking about it. So just watch.
Yeah, this list is very good, guys. I tested a lot of lists for a month, and this one is the best, I think, because it focuses on if you don't get all of the Regi package, you cannot attack.
So
I like this list a lot. Nice job.
Yeah, I would actually have to ask, how often do you use the TMD evolution?
Well, now, in this deck, I think that only this list, but in other decks, I always use, because I play with Inteleon Urshifu, and that's a must in that deck. And I think it's a good idea to use because everybody's playing Charizard right now, and that destroys their deck, so...
100%. I mean, if you look at it, it's 20% this tournament's meta alone. I'm going to double check that number's right. 21.64%. I mean, that's 1 in 5 chance you run into a Charizard, and that card, it absolutely destroys you.
Yeah, man. If the opponent it forces your opponent to manage their rare candies, because if they use all their rare candies, they just lose because you return everything.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being able to talk about this a little bit. We're gonna start talking a little bit about other stuff going on in the tournament. 5-0 is great. And if you're able to share your later rounds or your top, you're pacing for top 8. You're pacing for top 8, dude. So hopefully we'll see you in top 8.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's a rarity. We don't usually actually get an opportunity to talk with players. I didn't realize like it's a feature I've wanted to make more, but not everybody has mics. Not everybody wants to be on stream or talking, and some people are just completely mysterious.
I know one for sure.
Yeah, it starts with an M and ends with an mysterious player.
Great to see Reggie with some success. I've played a lot of locals. It's a lot of fun to play. The kind of the debate is, you play the Luminous Energy, you play the Gift Energy. Both are so strong in just different ways.
Yeah, because considering the Luminous, you can play it with the regular energy and not have to worry.
Exactly. But the problem with, is that the Gift Energy, you just need that for your draw support consistency. Right back in back when we had Aurora Energy and Standard, when Reggie was a meta deck before rotation, again, the staple to that was the Gift Energy, making sure you have that. So I know some lists have been opting to play heavier counts of basic energy along with the Gift Energies to ensure you have that draw power for Iono. But if you're able to avoid the Ionos, again, we saw to close out that last game, Glacier 6, had to go, had Irida to play, went Luminous Sign for Irida, needed that for their combo piece to get the attacker off. But had they already had that attacker and able to grab something like an Iono, makes it a lot tougher for the Reggie player to then get everything they need to win the game.
So, looking at our top cut right now, our current, we still have 3 more rounds. Going 6-0. 6-0 is like almost is a guaranteed cut. You can even technically ID 5-0, 0-1, but 5-0-3 doesn't get you in. Usually, it might, probably not. Looking at it, currently we got the Reggies at number 1. Their opponent win percentage is high. James in with his Charizard. Jam going for number 4. Poor Huntimon, he sat there like, I'm number 4. I'm the only 4-time champion. And the guy is going to do it in less than 6 tournaments.
Mm-hmm. I gotta
That's
say,
nuts.
pretty tough matchups on the line for 5-0 for the Reggies, right? Giratina, not a great matchup. And then Charizard, again, the deck is a little bit tech to help with Charizard, but I still think in general the matchup is a bit unfavorable for Reggies and Dezard.
Now on top of that, we got the Palkia, another Charizard, Palkia, Giratina Lost Zone Box. This one dropped. Number 8 dropped. They won't show up. They'll disappear. They'll get knocked down. 4-0-0 never gets in. There's not a world that happens. Another Charizard. Rapid Strike's still up there. Fusion Mew 4-1.
There we go.
Yes.
There you go.
We love our Mew.
Got some Charizards coming in. We got the Goodra Lost Zone box. We've got the Snorlax Pidgeot engine. Now, this one is starting to become a little bit more the favored engine. Like, it just having the ability to grab what you need instead of like trying to always go looking for it. Hiding behind Mimikyus possibly. The Luxrays to take out item cards. It seems like it's a little bit more of a stronger package.
I 100% agree. There's a local player in our community that's big into playing control decks. And when Snorlax all started seeing a lot of success, I was asking, hey, why aren't you a fan of this deck as much? And he talked a lot about the difference between like a stall deck and control. Even something like the Venomoth item lock deck. It's a stall deck, it's a stun deck. The idea is to stun your opponent out of doing something. And sometimes that's not enough to close out a game. It can stall and annoy your opponent, but it's not enough to close out the game. Even sometimes it's not like stall, just stopping retreat sometimes isn't always enough. In a deck like this, you have a little bit more ability to turn through your deck and find those resources, and then really just create a win condition for yourself, like being able to find those resources, find those Misfortune Sisters, maybe eliminating energy, or kind of whatever your case is, being able to find those win conditions within your deck and being able to search out whatever combo pieces you need. Again, just the ability of this deck to be able to go pal pad, back penny, and then quick search for it immediately. Again, super, super strong. I think that anyone going to Portland or upcoming tournaments really need to be prepared for this deck. Again, it's not going to see a lot of play or anything, but at the top tables, there will be some players definitely bringing a build like this and seeing some success with it.
It'll be interesting because, like, I don't know if it's worth teching for if you're Charizard, like Zul winning San Antonio, he like dodged it all. Even a top cut you lucked out where it got paired up against its worst matchup, Giratina. So it becomes like, do you worry that much about it? Because I'm gonna pull up San Antonio's stuff here. We have the Cal Connor and the Hale, obviously. Did he prize 3 rare candies as well?
Correct. Yeah. I think, looking back at that set, because they did stream that set, Hale against the Palkia player. I think Palkia is a little bit favored into Snorlax. Again, just has a lot of switching cards, plus Star Portal, plus pretty much can attack with anything. I think that they're overall a little bit favored into that. I do think that, there was an unfortunate double prize penalty in game 2, which I think the Snorlax player would have been able to win that. And in his game 3, we entered into game 3, right? 3 rare candies prize, hit Peonia, and he grabbed all the 3 cards except the 3 rare candies and wasn't able to win from there. And then Cal Connor hit Grant Hayes, who eventually got second, again against Tina, which is a terrible matchup for Snorlax stall.
Yeah.
So again, 2 there, but our 2 Charizards in top cut managed to dodge it.
It's like they could set up like, oh yeah, I'll put up the Mimikyu. I go right through it. We couldn't stop me. Shred, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like what, and then you just keep knocking your stuff. You just keep lost zoning your extra Pokemon away. You're just like goodbye.
Oh yeah, and you play 3 to 4 stadiums to bump Temple of Sinnoh from Snorlax, so you can use your jet energies. Plus, you have 5 switching cards built into the deck. Lots of ways to get around stall.
Does this one even play? No.
Which
list? Don't even play Temple. The Booga list that were
no Temple really.
Yeah.
Huh. I think Cal's list played Temple. Looks like here they're just going for Stormy Mountain, a little consistency card, plus just a stadium that not too many other decks are getting value out of. Actually, I guess in the Pidgeot deck you don't want to play Temple because you're playing your own double turbos for an attacking option.
So round 6 is up. We had one tie. They were like, oh, tie happens.
And our 5-0 match is James Sims versus Kaio, who we just had on an interview. The Reggies versus Charizard. Or we have a Rapid Strike at 4-1 versus Jam at 5-0.
So table 2.
Table 2 is Rapid Strike versus Tina.
No, table 2 on the Discord. Short of everyone's names, so I don't know who that is. Do you know who that player is? Like
Let me see.
Name is?
That looks like table 6 tournament. So it's Guardy, Fabian, Guardy versus Fusion Mew.
Is he playing the new tech? 3 Screamtail?
Oh, whoa.
Oh, no, whoa, we're going. I need to see what 3 Screamtail is about. I'm sorry.
The tricky spot here is, again, in this matchup, Fusion Mew versus Gardevoir. Screamtail can theoretically hit 320 and KO a benched Mew VMAX. However, there's the 3 Screamtail in this deck, but no Luxurious Cape. That play isn't quite available just yet.
What did they max out at? 180, right?
160.
So they came and hit the bench.
They're playing. Actually, this is an interesting list. So we have 3 Screamtail and 3 Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. So plus 60. So that's letting him get to...
It's getting him to the right numbers still.
You're able to knock out Genesect, but you still can't knock out a Mew VMAX. I don't think you're hitting just enough.
Yeah, I mean, you want to pick up for this one so I can take a little bit of a voice break?
Yeah, sounds good.
Cool. So you two will have fun with this. I'm going to go.
It's Fusion Mew. We got to have Emmy in.
Yeah, it's your guys' deck.
So let's go.
There you go. Have fun with it. I'm going to go get some hot water and gargle it a little bit.
Oh, geez. Get tea or something.
Yeah, it's not horrible. I'm just trying to be proactive.
No, you're good. Oh my gosh, the screen was like shaking for a second. I was like, oh no. Really intense coin flip here.
All right, so let's go take a look at these two lists.
Yeah, I was like about to bring them up as well.
All right, so we have Fabian versus Juggernaut.
3 Screamtail. That's so whack.
All right, so you see the Screamtail to start. That's what happens when you have 3 of them.
This isn't a great start over here, though. You know, 1 Fog Crystal, and we lost the flip. Uh-oh. Let's see. Oh, just kidding. Attach pass.
Oh, not
Okay.
which one from Fusion Mew either. Again, very high power level of the deck, but unfortunately just doesn't, sometimes has some consistency troubles.
That, but also, we're not getting donked. There's no threat here against Guardy. So, depending on what we see in our Mew hand, we might even be able to chase down this only Ralts. Because there is no other way for us to get any Raltses here.
Yeah, definitely. Best case here for Juggernaut is hopefully they have something like an Iona or a Judge in hand to be able to draw a few more cards. Juggernaut is actually not playing the Ice Cube, so no way to pressure those benched Ralts or bench Curlias like we see at a lot of Fusion lists these days. Again, really has to opt for just the 2 bosses orders plus the pal pad to put that pressure on.
Slap for
like
30! Slap for 30! No, okay, we're gonna...
so funny.
Sorry, I got really excited.
Okay. I was thinking, so funny enough, I don't hate slap there because the damage is actually very relevant because of the heavy counts of Screamtail and the ancient boosters.
Exactly,
because
yeah.
you can hit with the ancient booster in deck, you're able to put yourself at 100. You're at 60 HP, so you're able to put yourself at 140 damage total, so hitting 280. 280 plus the 30 from slap. Now let's
That's exactly it.
310 to KO Mew VMAX. So it looks like going for a little safer route again, just given the hand really needed something to get the Curlia into play. And that's the Gardevoir too. We have an attack with Max Miracle and Path.
Oh.
Let's go for Max Miracle. Really unfortunate slow start for Mew VMAX, but still we get that first attack here.
I mean, we are not seeing too much else going on here. We will get a refinement off, so and then we also have Shining Arcana in hand. Well, there is an Arvin that'll help us go get some things, hopefully get something started. You could grab Vacuum. Okay, I was gonna say Cape, but that's not Cape, the ancient booster.
I do think there's even a world where if they're playing a Vacuum, that if you can get enough energy in the discard, that you just start swinging with your Guard EX here. They know another Pokemon in play, put them on the clock, say, hey, you just put Path down. You have to play your supporter if you have it, and get out of the active before I just win the game on the next turn.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So instead opts to go for a little bit, probably safer play of just getting some setup. Because, for example, if, Juggernaut took a Genesect off the prizes, has 2 tablets in hand, then the game's basically just over. But so it's opting to go for a little bit of a slower setup. Again, having some time, saying, hey, I'm not getting too much pressure. Fusion Mew still not too set up. If I take it slower, then I should be okay.
Interesting, I guess.
You can't Max Miracle now.
Correct, and Max Miracle is not a KO because of the booster capsule.
It would lose him the game almost.
I mean, the Mew decks are playing Counts of Lost Vacuum. So there's a world where you can hit Max Miracle and then vacuum it later.
Slap.
But the slap damage here is very, very relevant, allowing Screamtail to be able to KO a bench Mew VMAX should the game ever get to that point.
It is quite hilarious that we got excited over the 3 Screamtail, and we have seen all 3 Screamtail in the first 3 turns.
And only 2 Ralts.
Only 2. All right, Ultra Ball, get rid of that Choice Belt, and I didn't quite see what the other card was, but Choice Belt not really coming relevant in this. matchup here with such heavy Screamtail, no Zacian in the list. We do finally see a Genesect, so we will be able to copy Technoblast and knock out this Screamtail even with that Ancient Booster Capsule. Alright, we're kind of living off a top deck and a Shining Arcana here.
Again, I think that path play is then, giving us some trouble here as the Mute player. You want to be able to limit your opponent's abilities, but just given that you have no setup, you need something. If there's another world where you didn't play that path, you can Ultra Ball away the path, then the choice belt, maybe another card from your hand. Then at least you're seeing a few cards, drawing some.
Right. Yeah, it definitely. I'm kind of nervous with us not having any backup attacker. There is always a world where Gardevoir can just pop off in one turn, get everything it needs, and get that knockout. So we'll just have to see here that Arcana didn't help us very much, but this refinement might.
I think the boldest thing with the Gardevoir is just evolving this right away. Really, again, going away from attacking this turn. Your opponent hasn't had a lot to go off of. They did just use Technoblast, so there's a risk that they can't attack again next turn. But again, really at a risk here of, if the Mew player is able to find a knockout here of being down 6-3 without too much to speak for it. If the Mew player is holding something like an escape rope in hand, that would just be absolutely brutal to the setup right now. And again, I think by going a little bit slower by the Gardevoir, again, leaving that path in play, I suppose going to the aggressive might be giving it a little bit of trouble right now.
Just see the pass, so did not have that escape rope, did not have any way. So let's see what we can kind of chain here together.
So now I think this is the turn where you have to really be attacking
first. Now. Arcana first. God dang it. Sorry. I play enough Guardy. It's Arcana first, then Refinement.
Well, they did it backwards and it paid off. Never punished, Doom.
Yeah, the energy.
They're just psychic. They can see into the future. But still no out from the path here. I don't even know. Do we even have enough psychic energy in the discard? I have not been paying attention just because we've been stuck under this path to the peak for quite
I think there's a
time.
good amount of energy in the deck, or energy in the discard rather. I think the interesting spot here is that, there was also a world where you could Ultra Ball away that energy as opposed to attaching it. But again, still without an attack, again, putting yourself in a little bit of a tricky situation. Only one rare candy in Fabian's deck, so harder to get that rare candy Gardevoir play. And it is a little bit more of an Arven build, right? We have the 4 Arven comboing well with the 2 TM evolutions as well as the 3 Ancient Booster Energy capsules.
Right. Did we prize the other Shining Arcana Gardevoir? Because if we didn't,
no,
I would have liked
there's only
to
one
go.
on the list.
Oh, there's only one? Hold on.
We have three Screamtail. No, I'm looking at the list now. I mean, definitely some interesting choices here. Only 3 Path Bumps with the 1 Lost Vacuum, 1 Temple Sinnoh, 1 Collapsed.
Okay.
Chromatic Tails. Looks like we might just be stuck here with another Max Miracle after that Cram Tails.
Wow. We are seeing how many turns just now. Like,
And
no backup attackers.
Down. All 3 Screamtail are in the discard. There's the one Super Rod to get some of them back. Here we're really we really need a KO this turn. Actually, yeah, really interesting list for Fabian as I'm looking into it more. Only 9 Psychic Energy, no reversals. So definitely, again, making room for all these cards like the Screamtails and Ancient Booster Energy Capsules and the Arven, costing some of the consistencies of the decks that we normally see others have, where we're including more Shining Arcana Gardevoir, more reversals, things like that. So definitely a little bit of an interesting list. Again, it's gotten Fabian this far to 4-1 so far. So again, seeing some success with a little more unconventional list. So we'll see how he approaches it now. Again, really, really desperately needing that path pump to be able to attack and put some pressure on.
Collapse! Yay! We did it!
There you go.
That took quite a bit. And the nice thing is, if we didn't want to use Arven, we don't have to go grab that Lost Vacuum. But we do have 2 in hand. Looks like we're going to use it anyways, though. So Arvin being able to grab us an item and a tool card. I feel like we might as well grab that TM evolution and just attach it and let it get discarded. Not seeing too much disruption on the Mew side. So you can see one Judge, one Iono. So kind of not as many. We're seeing like more, especially in DTE Mew, but I feel like the Fusion Mew list I was seeing from San Antonio even had like a second Judge or a second Iono. So finally we get to Psychic Embrace for the first time in this game.
Also, the other piece that's interesting, the 2 Earthen Vessel, not a card you see played too often in Gardevoir, really just finding more ways to get that energy and get set up a little bit more. Now you are bumping Path, giving VMAX the ability to draw some cards, but again, haven't really done too much with their hand, not sure how much they're able to play it down to actually attack. The one piece I did see that was missing with the Arvin is the Super Rod did not seem to be in the deck available. So I think we're at a little bit of a risk for next turn. We did have one Boss's Orders Ultra Ball or just refinemented away earlier and no Palpad in deck. So, we're not acting only VMAX, which again will put us in a good spot. The only way that they're really going to be able to respond is with something like a Sparkle attack. So this Gardevoir might be able to take just 2 more prizes unopposed.
Yeah, I mean, plus our opponent didn't do very much of anything, and they're going to maybe continue to not do very much of anything. We do see some cards being played down. The attachment to that Genesect and the Elisas, we're not going to be able to attack here, but at least can finally draw some cards. All right, we do see the Mew come down. Yeah, that's tough. I mean, Genesect is a good attacker, but not something you can set up in one single turn. Just literally not possible. Ouch, putting an Elisa's back in when we only attach 1 Fusion Strike energy there. I'm assuming the last one is prized because 2 were attached to that VMAX.
So I think the 1 is still in the deck, hopefully. But because if you win a Sparkle 2 energy, then you are no longer able to attack with the Genesect, which I think is an angle that Juggernaut has to go for at this point. Of course, drew into the Mew immediately after, so now you're just wishing you had, of course, you needed to attach all those cards in order to see it. So,
right.
If we can see a world, Fabian does not have access to any more Gust. So we are just going to have to see pretty much a knockout into the active. And then really it'll be up to Juggernaut to see, can they find a double turbo to attack with Mew VMAX, or can they, have a Techno Blast with the Genesect?
For sure. And as we're kind of looking at maybe playing this Lost Vacuum, which we are going to be down 2 of our 3 path outs. So if Juggernaut is able to combine a disruption with their second path to the peak, we might actually be able to squeak out an extra turn. So we'll just have to see if we're able to combo that. Brainwave take out this Genesect V.
Definitely. So Juggernaut pretty much here needs, and actually funny enough, if they're able to get a VMAX into play, then Fabian does not have a way to knock out a Mew VMAX. So we do see the evolution of the Mew VMAX. Again, you can't really attack with the Genesect unless you're able to combo it with a path, because we still don't have that other path out. Really here we just want to see a double turbo attachment to the Mew VMAX, copying. If you can get another Mew V down, again, you're only playing the 1. But even getting a Meloetta down will let you copy Melodious Echo for 50, which would still be enough in this case. See that?
And there we go.
We do down, and the double turbo. Wow.
You just spoke it into existence for them. It was the opposite of the caster curse.
Hitting exactly what they needed to come back here. And again, I'm not sure what you do here as Fabian, because you don't have a way to take 2 prizes next turn. You don't have any Gust left in the deck. Your 3 Screamtail are all in the discard pile, and your Super Rod is not in the deck.
Right.
Really?
Well, it is now.
They got it off prizes. It's on the bottom.
Oh, they got the rod off prizes. There you go. Oh,
yeah,
even
exactly.
better, on the prizes. So there is a route.
And that path does come down.
Boy.
Yeah. We're living off of the biggest top deck here. And exactly, we'll go ahead and copy that Melodious Echo there. Take out Shining Arcana Gardevoir. I was like, what do you even do?
So going for the Ralts, I don't like that play. I think you have to just go into the Gardevoir EX and say your opponent doesn't have a knockout on it. Again, I don't think they played any tablets. They might have Cramomatic away a few, but I think you have to go into the Gardevoir EX there, because if you don't get an energy here to hit a memory skip to try to slow them down, then the game's just effectively over. Let's see what they get off this big refinement. 7 energy in the discard, only 2 left in deck.
Oh, well, there is an Iono and an Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, you hate having to get rid of the level ball here, because you want to be able to use that to grab another Curlia. You can grab your last energy just to stay alive a little bit more.
And it is nice that we did get to shuffle things with that Earthen Vessel as well. So Iono, for one, that is a Temple of Sinnoh. Okay.
Great top deck.
But do we want to give them the path out? What do we want to do here? Do we want to memory skip and pray for a turn? But I mean, we're two-shotting everything, right? Like, I think we have to. I think we have to hope, right? I don't know. This is terrifying.
You have to stick them. Like, you have to hope that they can't get out of it. If you do go for the memory skip, then okay. So the memory skip is the choice. Again, any switching card ends the game here. A little bit of a risk, but again, in a tricky spot. The other route, of course, is to just go play the Temple of Sinnoh and then attack with a Guardi EX and say they need the 2 power tops. Oh, and we have the retreat into a Technoblast available here. Iono into their last Fusion Strike energy. But again, not game. Just taking a prize.
Right, not quite.
Oh, actually... Oh, and the Temple in hand means that you can just go Psychic Embrace for game and take the Genesect.
Oh, geez Louise. Yeah, they were really hoping.
There. Yeah. You didn't expect to have that last card.
Yeah, even the promotion of the Curlia instead of going into... I was like, they know, right? They know. Are they going to act like they drew into it? Apparently, okay. That's fine. They have to see it, right?
They have to see it. They have to.
8 energy.
Oh my gosh. Come on.
Drop the temple anyways. They're going to research. They probably don't see it.
They don't know. They don't see it yet.
I mean,
they do that Super Rod or something, you know? But...
I mean, you can even bring up Mew V. I mean,
actually, yeah, you can Mew EX for knockout as well.
That's really funny. Okay, there we go. We evolve. Yeah, there we go. Come on. Don't play more cards. Just attack. Oh my goodness. It's okay.
It's right there.
He's already dead. You've already killed him.
He's dead already. Do you realize the math? Okay.
There we go. Yeah, really impossible stop for the Fusion Mew player. I mean, went for the attack with the Genesect, thinking that my opponent has 1 card in hand and path in play, they can't do anything, and they had the out in hand. So
right. Man, oh man.
That's one of those
Goodbye,
things,
Fusion Mew.
It's one of those things like, did he not see it? Or did he see it and was he slow rolling it?
No, I'm pretty sure he just didn't see it.
So, but updating standings. First, before I say anything else, if you're going to come in and chat and the only thing you're going to contribute is PCCG Live is garbage, and that's the only thing you're going to say over and over again, yes, I am going to time you out. The game isn't the greatest, we know that, but it's not productive just saying that over and over and over. So, but no idea, Mike. But we do have Jam, who came in earlier, saying he's beaten 32 of his last 34 opponents in this tournament.
He's Louise on an absolute tear.
James, who's Mr. Top 8 and Top 4, is saying, come on, bro, let's play. But they're probably going both ID next round. There's no reason for them to play. Reggie's is currently sitting at 5-1. James is at 6-0. So we got him. Reese Ferguson coming in with the Giratina Lost Zone. Haruto 0921 with the Rapid Strike. We just saw Fabian with Gardevoir. The 3 Screamtail Gardevoir. Orange Clarinet coming in with Charizard. Torched with Iron Valiant?
Oh.
Where'd that come from?
Yeah, I was like, hold on. We haven't seen that.
Wait. We haven't seen this deck since the beginning of format.
Hey, the Iron
It's
Valiant
the Jolteon! That makes
Uh,
me so happy.
Lane, no. 2 losses do not have you out. There's a possibility you might be, but at 8 rounds, we see so much chaos and people playing out and doing things. There's a possibility you get him. But actually, let's look at the easiest way to look actually is see what your opponent's win percentage is. At 48, I would say yes, you are. Sadly. That's actually a good thing to talk about again. Like I bring this up like every week, knowing what your opponent's win percentage is, because that dictates ties. And then your opponent's percentage is dictating ties if somehow you end up with the same opponent win percentage. So that's what happens. 512, I think possibly makes cut. Emmy or Maddox, do you think 512 makes it?
I would not ask me about resistance.
Hard to say. Let me try to run the limitless calcs real quick.
It's a hard one because that is less points to 6-2. Because Asher is currently the one asking. He's at 411, I believe. Did you? Resistance is futile. Like, just went out, dude. Go 611.
Yeah, I mean, so 19, based off the math, 133 players, very low tie percentage, but intentional draws allowed. Probably you're looking at needing 6x1 for cut. Again, since there's some drops and things like that, there could be some spots where anyone closer to 18 makes it, but I think you probably need at least closer to 18 unless chaos or mass drops happen. So,
right, which chaos happens with this tournament. Don't get me wrong. Like right now, we have 6 minutes left, and we are waiting on 1 game, I believe.
Yes. Let's see what's Asher's record. 411.
Yeah, 411.
Yeah, well, yeah. So, yeah, Asher. Yeah, you probably have to play out both games. If you're 611, that would definitely almost certainly be a lock. 512 would be a little hard to say, depending on how the other games go. Really, like the numbers and when to ID, that's one of the hardest parts about you're just playing in day 2 at an event of trying to maneuver that, especially if you're going for points or for money. It's deciding, okay, is this the right number? Can I safely ID here? Do I have to play it out? What's my risk if I lose? Am I safer if I tie? There's lots of unfortunate spots where some players encounter where they have a win and into top 8, but then they lose and then they miss top 32. So some of those decisions get really tricky, and having those answers is important.
Yeah, I was just talking. Oh, sorry.
We do have the Snorlax game. They are streaming it, so I'm just seeing how that game's going.
Okay. Yeah, I was telling someone not that long ago, I wish I would have known more about resistance when at Sacramento. My round, 14 opponent, I think, because the second to last round asked me to ID, and I said no. I didn't understand that if we ID'd and then ID'd again the following round, we would be guaranteed top 32.
See,
like according to the numbers, and I was like, oh, because then I lost the mirror. So, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's hard to say and hard to know because that next round you very could have easily played someone who would have wanted to play it on anyways. So it's hard to say.
100%.
Stuff in those situations.
But yeah, I just was in the moment, did not understand why my opponent would even ask me to ID. Now I know, but Gudra, hold on, what is happening?
Yes, Gudra
versus.
Yeah, Gudra gets Block Lax. I'm like, wow.
Huh.
So Snorlax player did just get to look at the hand with Fang Snipe guard of a Chorus. Didn't have enough look at the other hand to see if there are switching cards, things like that. If you can go and switch in a Mimikyu, or if you can Erica's Invitation trap something. So it looks like just go for a penny here. Assuming that the Pidgeot was in the active at the start of last turn, that there wasn't a boss available. Actually, maybe not. It's not quite the case, but might just go for a penny here. And again, the Goodra doesn't quite have a way to one-shot the Luxray or a Pidgeot for that matter.
Thanks for playing lane, and sorry, like 4-2. Like once I saw your resistance, I was like, yeah, that's not gonna help a lot.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, 6-2 with poor resistance is unfortunately probably looking like a bubble out, which is why at 5-1-2, very unlikely that you're making it in either for Asher, who was asking.
Yeah, we have 6-2s. We could also have certain people IDN. It's just how it is. And it's like, then that's where you start weighing, is it worth going to bed, or do I play it out for the experience? You know, like, experience is experience. Or you be my brother.
Depends on what you have to do for the holidays.
You be my brother and try. Oh, they got the path though.
Oh,
but they got 3 outs, so
path combo with disruption if you can. But again, Roxanne's not available. Let's see, not sure. Let's try to find this.
And this is gonna, real quick. Honestly, in a tie, both players are kind of playing a little bit slow and deliberate.
A really interesting Goodra list from Lana, though. So we have we do have the Sableye included, plus the Mew EX. Only 1 psychic energy, 4 jet energy, really just upping the consistency. And the stadium of choice is just 3 paths to the peak, as well as 1 lost vacuum. So I think the idea is here just saying, hey, path's really good right now. I'm going to get that in play, slow you down a little bit. I have the 1 lost vacuum if I need it, or to help accelerate my lost zone count. Make it a little bit harder to moisture star. But in a matchup like this, actually, funny enough, no disruption from the list. Sometimes Goodra decks will opt to play a Roxanne or lately Iono. But here, no disruption chosen just for a consistency of 4 Colress, 2 Boss, 1 Raihan, and then 2 Pokegears to help find that.
It's Colress. They got 4 cards left in deck. Yeah, I don't even know if they have any more switch outs. Much less. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Much less like Iono.
Yeah, so Goodra is playing 4 switch cards plus the 4 jet and then 1. So only the 1 rope to get the Goodra out of the active, besides the jet energy, of course. And there's a jet. Again, assuming that the Snorlax player can continue to loop pennies, there won't be a way to KO this Luxray. Given enough time, the Goodra player looks like would deck out, because again, there's no way to shuffle cards into the deck. Actually, I guess there could be a Super Rod available, but again, just kind of delaying the inevitable. 2 Super Rod available in the deck. So it's just opting for the boss. I think really. Okay, I'm gonna go switch out. Yep, there we go. Again, based on what's available, there is setting up a line for Goodra to win. Again, not able to get that penny to fully take the damage off the board. Actually, I guess boss just wins the game regardless, because of the Snorlax on the board. Just to pass, yeah, I think the Snorlax player is playing it correctly. He says you have to win the game here, or else you just lose on deck out.
Time's up. Time's up as it is.
And that's the tough part with Snorlax in a best of 1. You just have to play quickly, and your games are not designed to be played quickly.
Yeah, like the issue I'm talking a little bit with my judges. I'll go ahead and say it out loud anyways. Is that the Guja players seem to be slowing down their play, but at the same time, the Snorlax player didn't seem like they were playing fast enough either. So I'm not actually sure what to do with that.
I think you kind of wait to see if either of them calls a judge.
Yeah. Because they both were down to like 12 minutes apiece. So, like you can both be slow playing. And then it's like, okay, who was slow playing, who wasn't?
Good question. Yeah, I think it's just a moment of do either of them call a judge or not? If not, then I think we just move on.
Yeah. That's like this has been the hardest thing about Block Lax is they look like they're fine. It looks like they both understood. I don't think they both realized they were out of time.
That might be part of it too, is like if neither of them were kind of keeping an eye on the clock.
Yeah, definitely a factor in these online tournaments.
Yeah, we go the next round up. Let's see what some of our penalties are. Some of our matches. We should see an ID between Jam and BHB. We did have Fabian just on. I want to see if Torch D can. I don't remember if they can or not. Oh, they're playing against Fabian. We'll just watch Fabian. That's the Iron Valiant Jolteon deck.
Yay!
So we'll just stick where we're at because I mean it's the deck we want to watch anyways. Might as well just stick with it, right?
For sure.
And I'm gonna go give a double game loss to James and Jam just because I hate them both. No.
No. I will go in there and I will take it back.
I got it.
You're just to mute before you say that. So.
Oh yeah, no, they're both great. They're both great players. I like to give my 6-0s a little bit of ribbing. Asher, you got it though, man. You can win against Snorlax.
Style on him.
Drop all. Just drop Urshifu. Attach water energy. Attach special your rapid strike energy, and then just start KOing everything until they drop down and make you, and you're like, oh crap, what do I do?
Make sure you prize your Radiant Alakazam. That's the key.
Yeah.
Make sure it's your last prize card.
Or you can Lost Vacuum it away if you have that.
Don't coach him. You guys are coaching him. Oh my goodness.
We can do more than that, but
Here's bad advice. Play one Psychic Energy so you can attack with the Alakazam.
actually
that's funny though.
That is a legit tech, and then it's also just a legit tech to play in the deck anyways. If someone tries to boss stall you like that, you drop that, and like, oh my god, my hand's huge.
Funny, I've used Radiant Alakazam's attack to win in pre-release back when Silver Tempest came out, just because it was one of those, no disruptions, so you just keep drawing cards. Person had like 14 cards in their hand. Says, okay, and attack for 200 or 280, however much it was.
That's amazing.
There we go. Here comes the game.
Guardy Scream 3. I'm going to refill my tea real quick. I'll let y'all get things started, and I'll join back in a few.
We had any announcements from City League yet? No. Looks like we got a Tina versus Miraidon match on screen, though. Keep waiting for A-Spec stuff.
I don't know if that's, I'm assuming that would be something, but also, I don't know. I feel like there's so much that we just don't know about right now. So much info that we need.
It's 3 months until the next release.
Right.
More, yeah, because it comes out a week before we do.
Yeah, it's interesting how we were not super close to Japan again, and then now we are going to be again, right?
Yeah. It feels like we'll be on the exact same format coming into EUIC. Nobody has EUIC is the first one in the format, right?
Well, we don't know for sure yet, right? We don't have an actual announcement date yet.
I thought it'd be hilarious.
Which is what's driving me nuts.
I thought it'd be hilarious if they moved it up 2 weeks and then it became the Vancouver meta.
That's why I'm scared. I'm not gonna not play Mew for Portland just in case that happens, but I feel like it's probably not gonna happen. Oh, there's no way for Screamtail to get knocked out. At least that's good.
Who
But
knows? This could. Oh no! Wait, no, there is no way. I'm like,
yeah, there's no way.
but he can. He can be Yoga Loop next turn.
Correct. So we can see a lot of things happen. Ooh, that was discard 2 energy that early on. I know we have the not memory capsule. What is it called? Elemental badge that kind of helps out. But
Still a lot of energy.
man, only 1 tachyon bits out of all of that effort. Man, it is so scary to bench this little baby Ralts against Iron Valiant.
Is it bad that I'm debating about going and buying another Charizard EX to replace the full art version I have in my deck, just to make all 3 of them the same?
Yes, because the full art is ugly, so you have my permission.
I play Hollow, Evolutions energies.
Mm-hmm.
That's the ones I have for like I think I have for water, fire, metal, and psychic. Because those are all the decks I always play. Gear ADP, Welder Mew, Gardevoir, and some other psychic decks before that. Well, I just bought the Cosmic Hollows, and I'm hoping to come in time. I didn't buy them tonight. I bought them I bought them like a week ago. So,
which color would you need for Portland?
For I would need Fire Cosmic Hollows.
I have those in my Charizard deck, so I'm not playing Charizard, so I can just hand them to you.
Okay. I'm hoping to come in. I ordered them because I pulled a couple. I pulled a Cosmic Hollow with the badge.
Mm-hmm.
A sample, whatever you call it. And so I did that, and then I'm like, oh man, this is way better than I thought.
Yeah, no, for sure, that makes sense.
I think Urshifu is a good play if you're able to get the de-evolution play going, but it's a pile sometimes, and you have to hit the right matchups. And it just seemed like for some reason in San Antonio, all the Urshifus hit each other.
I mean, I think Urshifu is really solid right now. I think that, like, that's something else that's interesting to kind of think about is, like, as Charizard is the most played, I was going to say the best, but I don't know. I don't know. It's arguably the best. Will we see Gardevoir spike back up? If so, Urshifu just kind of hopefully stomping on the decks with little baby Pokemon like Charizard and Gardevoir. Then it's interesting, even then Iron Valiant gets better as well. Huh, that's interesting to kind of think about.
It'd be interesting to see a Valiant see an uptick in play in Portland. Who knows? And like one of the things I was reading this morning, and it was a good quote, and I think it actually comes from Azul. It might just be a lot of good players say it anyways. You can't beat everything. You just need to beat a good deal, and then be able to what's the word I'm looking for here? Just hope you don't hit those matchups. Like if you're playing like Charizard, and you look at like tonight's meta. Just using tonight's meta again as an example. There was like Starlight Stall is like what you're trying to watch out from, right?
Mm-hmm.
It made up combined 1.49, 2 like a little less than 4% of your meta. So that's a 4% chance you hit a Snorlax to start. And that numbers go down as like they lose or they tie or whatever else happens. There's no way he's almost going to board wipe this, isn't he?
It's so painful. Oh my goodness.
Like, this is what you have to be careful with against it. And they still got the V-Star, so if they miss the
energy, they just go get it.
the worst feelings. It's like, hey, here's a cool thing. Let's watch this. And like, I thought there might be some sort of game, but the thing that always happens with this deck though, is if it doesn't get going early enough, it ends up losing in the long term. The deck just cannot keep rolling.
Yeah, I played this, so I actually got second place at a challenge with this version of Iron Valiant with Jolteon, and that's exactly what it was. If I my only loss was to the Charizard player that ended up winning the challenge, but I whiffed the knockout turn 1 on their only Charmander. And if I hadn't done that, then I would have probably won the game. But if you just whiff and then your opponent has big beefy attackers, you just lose.
Sometimes that's how it is.
Yeah. It is interesting with TMD Evolution. I haven't messed with that, but that might be something kind of interesting to think about as well. Like spread some damage around and then devolve both their Charizards. That might be like your only way to kind of beat Charizard if you whiff the turn 1 knock.
Right here, we're going to see on your board wipe, they're going to have no draw ability if they don't knock out that Kirlia, which they have to.
Yeah. That's so painful.
Like, oh my god. Like, yeah, no, I don't blame them for conceding that.
Yeah.
What more can you do? Jolteon did what Jolteon wants to do, which it doesn't always do very well, but I mean, it does it still.
It tries.
So like now we don't have a game, but hopefully it's running faster. We'll see if there's anyone top higher standings, maybe streaming that we can jump to. We can see what the stall is doing. Sometimes
sounds good.
Sometimes it's good to watch the stall anyways, just because of how many issues we run into with it.
Honestly, I was gonna say I feel like it is interesting though, because I think that as a game, we've like argued about slow play for quite a bit. So actually having a good stall deck in format has kind of brought it back up again as a topic. So I do think that's interesting.
Like, especially online play, like we see the clocks.
Right.
So on this game though, we got Iron Hands going up against Lost Box, and it looks like the Iron Hands is going to take a nice 2-price turn here. But they're just going to get like murdered back. It's already damaged.
Oh, did we get scratched for 20?
I think
that's
so.
really funny.
It is a little bit difficult seeing with the their little counters over using the dice. It's like the dice is great.
Oh, that's the shiny Mew. Oh my gosh.
Oh, there's
that's so pretty.
Which is nice that they've got all that. We won't have that for Portland.
I know, but oh my gosh.
I'm a little surprised they didn't like try to push it out. Like, I don't know if there was a reason why they did or did not push it out earlier.
The shiny set or the Portland regionals?
The shiny set.
I would be curious about that too. I wonder too, like how the transition is going with. I know they like ended up buying the printing company or the whatever the factory, however it is.
They could also be where the issue comes in that they maybe they had some stats saying they shouldn't be dropping something like that again really quick after having the mini set and then Paradox Rift, and like, okay, are we going to oversaturate the market?
Right. I feel like they probably would have rather had it early though, just for Christmas.
Christmas is a huge time, but also they use Christmas to dump old stock.
Right.
see how this game's going as well. Just make sure we got it. Asher, I think that that's your game. If you can at least mute or something and not watch, just so you're not like stream sniping your opponent.
Ooh, Octillery is attacking? What is Octillery's attack even called?
Called Smack. No, it's Waterfall, I believe.
Oh, Waterfall. Waterfall for 50. Right? Doesn't it do 50?
I think so. It's hard to see.
It's like all of these Pokemon that I never thought I would ever be announcing an attack from, and then Stall makes us do that, like Flaffy.
Flaffy has an attack. It's like, I actually feel 50. Yeah, Waterfall for 50. 10 tickles. Surprisingly, if depending on how you play with Miraidon, you can actually beat Snorlax by having an attacker every turn, including Flaffy, possibly. Because one of the things that Miraidon has that Snorlax really hates is there's nothing that really gets stuck there.
Right.
Everything has an attack. Everything can use energy, and if they have enough energy, it just doesn't matter.
Right.
Another 50.
Yeah, plus like the what is it? It's not Giacomo. Giacomo doesn't even really work. It's like, I guess you could get rid of the double turbo energy from Iron Hands or whatever they end up putting in. But Giacomo obviously doesn't work on energy that's not special energy, so.
Jack Frost.
Jack Frost. Okay, that's pretty funny. Doom, stop dying.
I can't. I have to die.
Don't die.
He's got.
Jeez Louise. Penny is just like all over.
He's even playing rope. Right. Like, it's the other person streaming. We're picking up on someone else's stream.
So wait, why are we not counter catching up the Spiritomb?
Because it can go right back in the hand.
Whoa! I did not think about that.
Yeah, you never bring up the Spiritomb.
That makes a lot of sense. Fade out. I forgot about that. I should have remembered from the Spiritomb Wars. Ooh, okay, so Arvin here, we can grab that rare candy. We can actually get quick search going.
I'll take the stands for anybody who is playing so you can see what's going on. Since I have people coming over tomorrow, so it's just my parents. Okay.
I don't know. Does Birdstall play Pidgeot V?
No, I don't believe most of them do anymore. Pidgeot V is on one of those points right now where it's just like, it's there but it's not. I think we see another penny here, right? Or is he out of pennies? I think he's got a penny. Erica's invitation. Intern.
I mean, we already used Penny this turn, so might as well, right?
Right. There is why we're watching this as well as like we talked about. Is like we got to make sure our opponents are playing at speed. And I'm going to check his list to see what he's got. Oh, I forgot about the double gunner. That's not enough. Did it have any outs? Oh. They could get rid of the bird. If they haven't played
What do you mean?
de-evolution. They also play one rope. I don't know if they've already played their rope yet or not. But they can get rid of the with de-evolution, the bird could be gone. So again, the question comes down to, did they play their rope or not?
I haven't seen it yet, but also we joined the game late, so
Yeah, it's not prize.
I don't even think. Yeah, I was like, I don't even think we've seen our opponent's deck. Like, we haven't searched our opponent's discard, at least not recently.
We have also a 402 playing Gardevoir. Like we'll get another 50 here. We know that's happening. Because then getting rid of the bird makes it so much more difficult for him. I don't know if our Snorlax player sees that. But again, you have to be able to double gunner.
Right. And with 4 water energy in play right now, kind of a big ask. Coco Joe Bro, I kind of am feeling the Spiritomb tech. I feel like the Mews that did best at San Antonio were, like, I think there was a Fusion Mew that was kind of higher up there, but a majority of the Mews that did well were DTE. Some of them were playing 1 Fusion Energy as a Spiritomb tech. So I just think that Spiritomb helps you so much against control, and it also shuts off your opponents, if they're playing Charizard, if they're playing Rotom or Sylveon, it shuts that down as well. So I would personally say that, just because it's more like, has more.
We lost you, I mean. What happened?
Oh, you didn't hear all that stuff I just said?
No, we heard most of it, just the last second.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, the last thing I was saying was just, like, especially with TM de-evolution, like, Spiritomb just slow them down, spread some damage around, de-evolve their Mews. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm with Emmy here. Yeah, it's good to see you, Coco. It's Maddox. I think Spiritomb is just like great into the meta right now. And again, Mew is already such a tough matchup for Rapid Strike as it is. Drapions nice to be able to take 3. But I think the fact that just by playing the Spiritomb, that you'll have options for those DTE builds that aren't respecting Spiritomb and don't play any outs, that that almost makes the matchup 90-10 type of thing, unless they just have everything they need. And also even for the Fusion Mew decks that have a little harder time getting to Sparkle, things like that. Overall, just a good play. So I'm definitely preferring Spiritomb more. Greedily, as a Mew player, I don't want you to play any Mew techs, but you gotta do what you gotta do. So
You should tech for Mew at Portland. Like, as a Mew player, I agree with what Maddox just said. However,
I have
you should tech for Mew.
I have tech from you. It's called Charizard.
And I'm gonna judge Path Fink Snipe you, Doom, in a very smiley way.
We saw what happened the last time you tried to do that.
You
On
know what,
stream.
Doom?
Oof.
You know what? That hurts
like
my
this.
feelings. That's really funny.
Of
That
Icy.
match was just so cursed. I mean,
I know.
unfortunately.
I know, it's okay.
You played it correctly. There's nothing wrong with what you did. It's just like, just everything went wrong. Like, thanks,
I know,
man.
I definitely know what I did wrong game 1, but game 2, I don't think I did anything. I don't remember I did anything incorrectly. Game 1, I definitely did stuff wrong, but that's okay. I was also just so nervous with like first stream game for both me and Juan, so.
Knowing my luck, I won't get a stream game, but they'll bring me on and talk about, hey, how does it feel like running online tournaments? And I go, oh, the players are horrible. Oh, he put it in his hand and his opponent just sitting it. Oh. Oh, there goes the evolution.
Oh no!
Oh no!
But
It's a tool card!
he's got Turo in hand though. Now you know Turo's in hand. But then again, Turo's not going to do you anything. Like, it really is. Like, he's got the loop. And now you know you don't have your de-evolution. Are we going to seriously see a Fang Snipe here?
Oh, to get rid of the Turo?
I think so.
I don't know why we would have counter-catchered that.
You gotta be going after the Turo. Yeah, if they don't have energy in hand, it doesn't matter.
I don't have energy in hand. Good point, good point.
Yeah. When Ash was playing 6 water energies, they do have the 2 energy retrievals. Again, we knew there wasn't one in hand, so it might be a little bit harder to find this energy. But again, once you do get the energy, I mean, you still don't have too much. You still don't have too much going on, in kind of a tricky spot overall.
It feels like they're just in a bad spot. It's just not going where you want, the way you want to, and they still got 4 minutes. This is very quickly becoming like the Block Lax has everything set. But it's just, there's still too many cards in his deck. Like, you kind of gotta play some Misfortune Sisters. You gotta get something going. And bring back up the, because they're not thin their deck fast enough. And like that's like the biggest harshest thing about playing like a Block Lax. This is the only game still going.
Yeah, start chaining some sisters. Also, these decks cutting the Crab Abominable. That's another way to like force, your opponent into some actions. You can have a route, where in a game like this, okay, you've done 3 prizes, or you could even go and, maybe countercatcher or leave something active once energy is a little bit limited, and then just start milling, throw a charm on, start milling, and say, hey, you have a harder time doing anything that you need to do.
Like that double heads there was just brutal. And now that we know that he doesn't even have 80, the de-evolution now, he can't knock out that Pidgeot. You can't get that out of play.
I think you just like try to keep smacking and like see if you can survive the. Like they can't finish the loop? I don't know.
It's literally, I think all you're doing now is you're playing for a tie.
Yeah, that's what, but I just mean like I think you just keep smacking and like exactly that. Because also don't want to be slow playing.
He's got the block again. If you know they don't have rope, you just keep smacking, you keep going. And even then, you can count forward for the energies. Yeah, this is going to end in a tie. That both players are moving. There's 14 cards still in their deck. 13. As long as he's moving here, we can't. There's no call on slow play. Both players are playing.
Yeah, I mean, and they're even, I'd even say they're playing faster than they have to, right? You have rapid strike search available. Nothing wrong with using a legal action to search your deck, type of thing. Again, the Snorlax player needs to be putting a little bit more pressure on to try to force that deck out win condition. But the tricky part is, you still need to be able to establish that penny loop. You definitely do have all the tools to be able to get that.
Yeah.
But again, it's just going to be a timing thing that's going to give us some issues. But now you have to not play so fast that you can't pull off the penny loop.
Like one of the biggest things like we were talking about is he could rapid strike search, but we haven't made this call before. If you're doing actions like that, taking 5 seconds and then pass, whatever, we will call you on slow play and give the win to the other player. We had a player, we asked them to speed up, so what they would do is instead of taking 15 seconds per action, they would take 5 seconds per action.
A 5 fail and then resume. Fair enough.
Yeah. And so we said, no, the intention is you're still slow playing.
Gotcha. And under 30 seconds left here in the match timer.
Yeah.
This should be ending in a tie.
It's just, that's what we're talking about. Like, he's got the penny loop, but he needs to, like, the Misfortune Sisters. Like, did he need to do that much earlier? Does the rapid strike player still even have like a Iono? Wait, I'm like, oh wait, new car, new Cyclozar? No. No. That eliminates both. It kind of sucks, but that's just how it be. Unless his opponent wants to gift him the win. But you're under no obligations to do that.
You need a pretty large string of ties in order for a 5-1-2 to make it in.
Snorlax is saying they're giving the win to the other player.
Oh.
So they did it within like a minute. I am totally fine with that. If you want to give your opponent the win in a tie, I am not going to stop you. And if anything, I appreciate it. Thank you for doing that and saying, it is like, okay, I'm not going to make it, or maybe I just want to end my night. Plenty of things. But let's do this last round going. There's also someone in my Discord I need to answer a question to, but round 8 is going to be up here in a second. And we'll try to find a winning in. Let's see who we have. So looking at the records. Technically, if everyone IDs... No, I think Kago has to play. I think the 6-1s and the 6-0-1s are safe. I think everyone below them have to play. Because that'll put you at 17, but a 6-2 will be at 17. Which ties you in points. So yeah, everyone below the 6-1s need to play. Asher, are you able to share your screen? Excuse me. Jump into a table and we'll watch your game because yours is essentially a win and in. I mean, you can ID technically, but there's no guarantee. Do you need the Discord link?
He's not in the Discord, bro.
Bro, come on. Here. There you go.
The reason why I say bro is because he's played in so many of our tournaments. Like,
He's up against the Gudra too. Wow. Okay, that's gonna be a match.
I was like, you should give an extension so you can join the Discord and stream and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll give
Because I want to see that.
We'll give an extension as you set up if you need time. You can join us on table 2 if you want to, actually.
We have Fabian in here.
Yeah. But you're not playing against Fabian, so we're fine. We'll make sure you're muted and deafened. I stream, so we can actually pop to Fabian if it comes up. So because they're setting up and making sure everything's right, we're going to test out a 4-minute extension on this round for any stream games from now on. Just because it takes time and it makes sure like everything's working correctly and everything else. This is like a test subject. And if this works out, we'll continue to do so in the future. Just also so people don't feel like they're panicking and trying to get going to get a
Yeah, like
going.
rushing.
Yeah, definitely just balancing the entertainment factor versus the making sure that everyone still has a competitive game that they can play.
Like
For sure.
It's like never come up before. Like most of the time, it's like pretty quick. Yeah, Solar Explorer is going to be queuing to stream, and I would say nope. What's up, Destoria?
I'm going to get some water while we're waiting.
Okay.
All right, not a matchup you see every day on the live streams everywhere else. We have Rapid Strike versus Lost Zone Gudra.
Which this will be interesting. Like Prince Vortex wanted to get Gudra on earlier, and now we got it on. Where you at, Vortex? You still here? I think I won't apply to top 8 though, because top 8 we have so much extra time already baked into the rounds. Just for these rounds where things are a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I think depending on how long the setup time is, also given the Snorlax players, I'm not also sure how you handle your tie rules for top 8.
Top 8 is if it's whoever wins game 1 wins the set. If it goes tie in game 2, but if it goes in game 3 or game 1, whoever's ahead in prizes wins. So a Snorlax player somehow gets a 60-minute game going and never takes a prize, and they never finish game 1, they lose.
Gotcha.
That is a situation that actually came up months ago, almost a year ago. Mewtwo V Union stall.
Oh wow, yep.
We had to figure that out. It was like, okay, what happens? Because we had one player like claim they won, but they never took any prizes. I'm like, well, if I knew that ruling ahead of time, I would try to take prizes. And it's like, well, why didn't you take prizes anyways? That's how they do it IRL. So it was a weird one.
Definitely. Let's see. Strong start from Lana, the Gudra player. We have a Battle VIP PPS right off the start into a conceal cards and our first flower selecting.
Now, one of the biggest thing Gudra's going to have is it's going to be able to like heal off any damage it gets hit with, and it's going to hit pretty hard into the Italians and the Urshifus, and then even then not take much damage back. But they play the de-evolution.
Mm-hmm.
They don't need to hit up to 270, 280. They got to get to what, 210?
Let's see. You need to get to 220 for the basic V.
I keep updating the standings so players can see where you're at as it comes in. Currently, we had the 4 IDs. I think Torch was not able to ID. No, they played the 502. Who has to play? Actually, I don't think they had to play technically.
I think the 5-0. I mean, it would go down to their resistance because there will be a bubble at 6-2. It appears.
Yeah, they would be at 18 points. Asher and Lana, one of them's going to knock themselves out, and then the rest of it would be 6-2. So they would actually, I think they would actually have been fine ID. I'm gonna go see if they asked to ID or not.
Hard to say for sure.
No, neither one asked. So they both came in looking to play.
All right. I think one of the big factors in this matchup will just be the fact that Gudra has no disruption. And then again, Rapid Strike has those 3 Ionas that they're able to threaten with. The evolution's nice. Gudra's also playing 3 Paths to the Peak. Again, not typically what you see in a normal Gudra list. Here we do have some nice ability to threaten with the Paths to the Peak to shut off that double gunner, as well as any Radiant Alakazam shenanigans or future Luminion Vs. Of course, one's already been put down. And Asher looked like they were maybe thinking about the Irida at first to just guarantee the VIP, but instead goes opts for the Iono and is able to just set up right into it and just going to promote the Rapid Strike Urshifu and pass. Lana is playing Manaphy, something to consider. Or not pass, sorry, the strafe. Go ahead.
You gotta strafe.
You always got to strafe. Start setting up all the damage.
Oh, right, more matches are being done. I'll again keep updating as I see them. Right now, High School Co with Arceus isn't cut, but that's because he's 6'2".
It's not quite guaranteed yet, but getting close.
What the? Arceus would make you VMAX with Zacian?
Missed out on some games of that earlier. I actually played Asher round 1 and lost, and then worked their way back.
Lost the Torch D, but otherwise they've been winning.
Wow.
Why did we miss that? Because of the Arceus deck. That's why we probably assumed it was just an Arceus pile.
See, one interesting little swing factor for the Gudra deck here is the Gudra is actually playing 1 copy of Mew EX, which can actually set up for some good math a little bit later on down the line. Being able to copy something like Gmax Rapid Flow and hit for weakness on an active Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX. Very, very strong. Combo that with maybe setting up a Rolling Iron into an Inteleon earlier. Could set up for a pretty interesting kind of late game multi-prize turn.
So, like, there's the path. Like, I was a little reluctant why they put down the Tower of Water so early, considering I believe they play 3, and then their opponent plays 3, and you kind of want to win that stadium battle, because you want to be able to use the Inteleons.
Definitely. Was the Tower Waters played before the Iono? Was that the reasoning?
Yes. So that's why I'm like, yeah, okay, why did we play it?
No. I think just wanting the flexibility to be able to go and, attack that next turn and have that free retreater. Of course, you're into the tower anyways. But again, just one less path bump available now for later on. 3-3 on the battle, and Lana is also playing the Lost Vacuum, so it can definitely create a board state where Tower Water is no longer in play. And we'll just see a Spit Innocently from Cramorant. Again, in this matchup, since Gudra really doesn't have the ability to one-shot anything, actually can go and one-shot a Inteleon V, which is nice here. Really not a lot on Asher's side, forced to just use the second attack on Prapus Shifu V, 100 Furious Blows for a knockout. Solid here. Again, Lana's really, in this case, just looking to get a few more into the Lost Zone and then get a Rolling Iron and just start swinging into all of Asher's Pokemon. And that Colress is going to be a big step towards doing that.
Exactly. Like right now, Asher not able to get that get the little octopus set up is not getting anywhere.
Definitely not. And the threat of Sableye can come through at any point as well.
It's interesting that Gudra's doing pretty well. I mean, part of it I also wonder is like Giratina is consistent but not super highly played, and Roaring Moon has totally fallen off the map.
R3 Flex, we actually looked at it, and yes, right now with your opponent win percentage at 61.09%, 09%, and it looks like a 6-2 is going to make cut, you might be the 6-2 that makes cut. Did you see that list, Emmy?
No, it just came back.
Arceus Mimikyu VMAX.
What?
Yeah. 6-2. High opponent win percentage. I'm keeping the stats updated. We have 9 of 13 matches done.
Huh.
And that resistance is going to remain pretty high.
Yeah. Almost everyone still playing right now is in 5-2s. Torch D beat Kago. So they stamped their way in. So you might slip in at number 8, which gets you the Iron Valiant. Kago is out, sadly. They'll probably get knocked out after this game. Because whoever wins this matchup will be 6-1-1, and they'll put them into 6. So R3 Flex, you'd be moved down to 7th at worst. And then it's just a matter of what the other 6-2s are. Which the Regis has a 65.8, which would knock you down to 8th, I believe. Yeah, because they're playing Corvo 7, and they got a higher one too. So one of those guys might knock you down.
Jumping back to our game, actually Gudra missed an attack this turn, opted for a switch card to get a little bit more of a dig with the Comfey and did not get the Cramorant attack, and is still missing that Rolling Iron. Unfortunately, Asher just really doesn't have anything going in his hand. Just stuck, probably having to attach another energy somewhere and hope you're not getting knocked out next turn. We know that there was one Mirage Gate lost zoned early. We got to think we're pretty close. We really just need any energy attachment. A Jet Energy from hand will have Gudra promoted, taking 2-prize knockout on a Lumineon with still nothing really going in Asher's hand, unfortunately.
See the retreat here, going to the Cramorant.
Was there a reason why we didn't Flower Select?
I'm not sure.
I was opting for a boss play, really just removing outs, which I don't mind this play. Opting not to go for a Colress or Flower. Again, maybe still go for a Flower Selecting there. But here just saying, hey, I'm going to remove your outs. If you top deck Octillery, it's no longer an out. Ultra Ball is no longer an out. And there's the
Yeah, because that Irida.
and that gets the artillery, which lets you get set up a little bit more.
We are like able to do the aqua return, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, I mean, good point. I do think in a situation here, being able to set up your opponent to aqua return is kind of rough. Again,
we
just being able to remove the liability.
Yeah, it's like we're removing a liability, but we don't really have anything else going on, you know?
That's a tricky spot. I know you want to grab the Rem Raid here. I mean, I almost see a world where you grab the Inteleon VMAX, maybe like an energy retrieval to set up for that aqua return. It seems like instead there's going to go an aqua return. The problem is that now you're putting up your Inteleon V, which can be one shot with a rolling iron. Of course, your opponent still hasn't found it yet. So again, at this point, haven't been able to do too much. You're just kind of falling behind some. Let's see what Lana's able to do here.
All I ask is please don't let Goodra become a thing again.
I do think the aqua return does have some potential for a big play later on. Just because, again, if we're able to go and bump that path with the Tower of Waters in hand and combo that with an Iono, as well as something like a knockout on the Goodra, then there could be a spot where Lana's having difficulty finding follow-up attacks. But again, still are desperately looking for a nice top deck. Even with the Ultra Ball in hand, the Ultra Ball was held in hand, so it seems like Asher's maybe is even going for that aqua return, bump it, and an Ultra Ball for Luminion to just grab an Iono. Or can also then use that Ultra Ball to go and grab something like Ocarina's Focus to just draw a few more cards.
Right.
And still leave the supporter available.
Well, we will see a rolling iron here. Sort of unfortunate. Get that set up and take out one of our Inteleon Vs. Going down only one prize needed. So that Remoraid is looking very scared there on the bench.
And an opponent really looking to try to set up checkmate on board. I mean, with that Sableye coming down, the Psychic Energy is in the discard, so we need to see a Super Rod or something to cycle that back in. Looks like Asher then does have a route here where they can go grab that Luminion. Yep, and go hit that Iono. Again, the problem is that, your Goodra setup, a boss's orders will give Goodra the game. They can find... Actually, sorry, they've already played their one boss. I think there's only one boss in the deck for Goodra.
3 flex, unless something really, really weird happens, I believe you will get the number 8 spot, and you'll be playing against Torch D in top 8. Because this, I think, is one of the last 2 matches going. This and a 4-3, 3-4 match. So, only one of these players is making it. Unless I think they both tried ID.
Yeah, really, really fortunate Iono to 4 there, able to get Rapid Strike Energy plus the Octillery to find the Rapid Striker Shifu. Unfortunately, not able to get down another V, because then you had a neat spot where you can go Turo, pick it up, and then evolve the other one.
Right.
Now you're in a little bit of a tricky spot where you can't attack with the Inteleon again this turn. Again, able to set up a board state where you could come back from if there was maybe a little more damage out there. But again, just going to have a hard time chaining attacks here. Just, again, getting hit for 200 every turn is tricky, while you're also taking 80 less. Normally without that effect, you'd have the G-Max Spiral be able to 2-shot, but now you're moving it to a 5-shot, which is just not going to do it.
Might still be worth Turos here. Well, okay, they have the game no matter what. As long as they have like a boss. Or even a Psychic Energy.
Yeah, so Psychic Energy's in the discard, and there is one more boss available. Again, we don't know quite when it's in the Lost Zone. There's a line here, you probably just retreat and strafe and just try to stall a little bit. Again, knowing again things like rope. If there's another switching card, is also an issue. There's one escape rope in the deck for Gudra. Again, don't have quite access to the discard pile and also to see everything that has been expended so far.
That's why I still sit and pray and hope someday we get a ability just to watch games. Like I'll even take it where if I can't even see their hands, I can still cast that. I can still work with that. Okay, so
and holding the Turo, but still nothing really to Turo back into. Like you can
Turo can't buy you a turn.
Right. I mean, it could buy you one turn. I mean, not, you can't yoga loop anything, but it just won't get KO'd by rolling iron. You can Turo the active, and then have the Rap Striker Shfu retreated back into the active just to stall and literally just tank damage. But you're just playing with borrowed time. Just, at this point you just need to survive one turn.
I mean, it doesn't even matter if you even try to attack there because they just eat the hit. And then they drop the choice belt and you go, oh no. That is my kind of luck.
The choice belt is a nice spicy play in Gudra. There's the Mirage Gate. We know there's not a psychic in the deck. Unless it got shuffled in.
Nope. Witcher Star though.
There's the Witcher Star, yep. That hurts.
Like the damage.
And there's the escape rope.
Yeah,
so you guys, the retreat. Yep.
It doesn't matter what you're bringing up. He put the energy there for the escape rope. Like, I knew this was going to be a hard one. Just like I said, like the bias comes out. It's like I want the Rapid Strike to win because I'm watching it. But I mean, it's just how it is. So I'm gonna update the standings. We actually have 6.5 minutes until top cut normally, but hey, we're gonna see what we got. So number 1, we've got the Iron Valiant Jolteon. Number 2, we've got James, Mr. Top 8 Sims coming in with his Charizard Pidgeot. Number 3 is Jam. I've won the last 3 of the 5 Tournament of Doom. Nobody can seem to stop me with his last Giratina. Haruto 0921 coming in with the Intel Urshifu. Victor Von Doom coming in with the Charizards. A little bit of a copyright infringement there. A lot of 2525 coming in with the Gudra Lost Zone box. Corvo 7 coming in with the Palkia. And the High School Co. coming in with probably the most interesting deck we've seen. Coming in with Arceus Mimikyu VMAX. That is something. But with that,
and sorry, I was going to add on the outside looking in. We got a couple Charizards, Orange Clarinet, and Michael. Congrats on the 6-2. It's just it's brutal up here at the top cut. But again, I mean, Charizard's showing up, right? We had 4 of them at 6-2 or better. That's 20% of our tournament, and they showed up and did well. And we'll see 2 more continue playing top cut.
Yeah, so we'll see Iron Valiant going up against the Arceus deck. We're going to see Palkia go up against Charizard. Lost Hina go up against the Gudra. That was probably the worst matchup for the Gudra. And then Charizard versus Urshifu. So I'm going to end the round. We are going to announce top cut here in a second. And Maddox, how are you doing? Do you think you're going to keep going or?
Yeah, I'm hanging in there for now. I'll take a bathroom break here in a second. I have my tea refilled.
Actually, the time to do it. Chat also, because I got to run and grab a drink. This is the time to do it while everyone sets up. While they get signed in, do all their stuff. So if you need bathroom breaks, anything else, this is the time to do it. And then usually
do it.
And then sometimes we end up with like extra time in between rounds, or in between games. We know James is streaming. I know Jam's able to stream. Jam, if you're able to as well. You guys can actually stream on the same one if you want to. We'll do James's game just so we have something, but I really kind of wants that Arceus deck though.
Have you reached out to them and asked them to stream?
Yeah, I have a copy paste thing. I ask every top eight people being able to stream their game.
I thought so, but I just wanted to make sure.
Sometimes they reply yes, no. Sometimes they don't. It varies. Like I said, there's a JC1. Just double checking who that might be. No, that's not Jam. Again, you're not required to, but it's always appreciated. That's you? Okay, we're gonna watch your game. Different one. Do not stream in the same way as your opponent. We're with you. We should only be us. Oh, that other person I moved. But what's up, Mew3? Hey, Mew3, how are you thinking about the new Fortnite season? I've been enjoying it. It's got me back, and then they dropped John Wick. And I'm like, oh man, I gotta drop the money on John Wick. It has been good.
Let's go.
Go. So R3 Flex, once you get once you share your screen, I do ask that you leave the stream just so you don't get accidental coaching from us. Don't leave the Discord call. Leave the stream. So like we had that happen once. I said, okay, you gotta leave the stream, and they left the Discord call. I'm like, hey, wait, come back.
And they like actually straight up disappeared. I remember that.
Oh, that's nice. I'm actually kind of biased this season too because I got my KDR rate up to like 4%, and I've got my win rate almost up to 10. I'm like, oh geez, I'm actually kind of doing well this season. Sorry.
You're good. I just feel bad that you and Maddox are both sick and trying to cast and stuff. And honestly, keeping it together better than I am.
Dude, you're doing a great job of selling the fact that you're sick with all these coughs on the mic.
Hoping not to be coffee, and it hit. I don't know. Like I've done everything to like stop it, and it's still not working. Like since you're both once we get the game going, I might run downstairs and take some cough syrup or something. I was like,
Of course, yeah. I mean, do what you gotta do.
he's just trying to get into the match before he shares the screen, which is totally fine. However it is, I'm just making sure like things happen. I asked for emotes in the Limitless chat, and I was told no.
Why?
Because they don't want to use us trolling and stuff. I don't blame them.
Oh, that makes sense.
There we go. All right, I'm gonna go take care of stuff. He's making sure. Yep, thank you. We just even confirmed that you just got off the stream, anyways. Again, thank you. Anytime people do that, and I'll leave it to you two while I go try to take some cough syrup or something.
All right. All right. So the big fact here is this is not your normal Arceus deck. This is Arceus with a 2/2 Mimikyu VMAX. Anyone that may have forgotten what Mimikyu VMAX does, it's for 2 colorless, you're to put in 4 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon any way you like. Or if you played Ace Roll's Premonition from your hand, place 13 damage counters instead. And this deck is also playing for Ace Roll's Premonition, which is your opponent reveals their hand, you draw a card for each trainer card you find there. In a very trainer card heavy format, I mean, again, that's often going to find a lot of success of just finding those trainer cards and getting set up. On that, you have your consistency of just Arceus V-Star, you got a 2/2 barrel line plus the Squovet. I was playing a Zacian V, which is also a nice consistency piece. It can double as an attacker with all the psychic energies, or you can just better guarantee a turn 2 Trinity Nova with Arceus V-Star.
I was going to say that was something I saw in the Arc Pile with Regigigas V-Star that I actually really liked, especially when you don't really care what energy type you're using in Arceus. If you don't need it, just might as well guarantee that energy. Obviously here it's also works alongside that Mimikyu, so
also we're seeing that TM evolution here, so that can combo nicely with Ace Roll's Premonition, spread out that damage, devolve your opponent's Pokemon, all combo pieces that you can find with Power Starbirth or just with your Barrel Squovet engine.
That makes sense.
I'd say at the start here, Iron Valiant into Arceus, maybe a little bit of a tricky matchup. Again, really going to be, and again, this is Iron Valiant with the Jolteon VMAX line. So again, we commonly see the Entei Iron Valiant. Here it's a little bit different with that. Instead, the Jolteon VMAX being able to be a nice spread attacker. Spread 100 damage, 100 to the active and 100 damage to a bench Pokemon with damage counters on it. Very, very easy to do with Iron Valiant. Manaphy's not going to be a factor here either.
Yeah, it's interesting because both sides have an attacker that is going to hit the other for weakness, but not in crazy important ways, right? So it's really, really interesting. So the Medicham can attack with weakness on the Arceus, but it's only doing 100 times 2. So softened up with Tachyon bits, it might actually end up closing out the deal on a V-Star, but not going to come in swinging for giant one-shots. And the same thing with, you just swing back with a psychic attacker, but I don't know, Zacian kind of seems like it might be a little more difficult to set up just with Arceus.
Yeah, definitely be a little tougher. The one thing to note is that also there are 2 Medicham Vs in this Iron Valiant list, so that I think that can be a little more of a factor if you're able to chain those attackers. Plus the 4 Rapid Strike energies, making it not too hard to attack with that Medicham if you can get it set up. So it's a nice little deck trick here with the Town Store. Again, just an easy way to easily review your prizes. So often you see players forgetting to use your opponent's stadium, whether it's an Artisan or Town Store, or whatever it may be. Just a good option to go for here. We did top deck the energy for turn 2, which is very fortunate because there's no energy prior to that. So we'll see an Iono. We have the double turbo in hand for next turn, which is nice. And really, really unfortunate Iono, no outs to another basic. So we're at a little bit of a risk here of getting KO'd in this next turn. There's 4 Ultra Ball, 4 Nest Balls in the Arceus list. But again, not able to find any of those off an Iono to 6, which is rather unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, especially with that energy already on that Medicham V, that is kind of looking extra precarious.
Aaron Sparks, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I'm back.
There's a switch. All we need is an energy attachment, and we're going to game 2.
Doom, by the way, I didn't know who joined the table, so I just moved them, and there is that energy. So, just so you know, I don't know who that is.
Okay. Yeah, let me fix the thing, but are we going to game 2 already?
Yeah. I mean, which is funny because I was like, this didn't seem like a good or great matchup for Iron Valiant Jolteon, but having that weakness on that Arceus, ouch.
So The Arceus, they want to go first then. At least get yourself maybe another turn.
Well, I think going second with the Arceus, I guess there's a risk that you can actually.
I would say you want to go first.
So you don't have a way to get knocked out on turn 2, assuming you start a V. If you do start that lone Bidoof, then you can get donked there. Curious to see how things will go at the start of this next game. Again, really, really unfortunate luck from the Arceus player. Again, starting with Arceus and no ball search in hand. Iono sees 6 more cards, still no ball search, and then just getting KO'd immediately after that. So pretty unfortunate combo there.
I'm sure I had made it my goal to never, ever not give out prizing. I don't think I've ever missed a prizing at all. I don't know how many people have actually claimed them, but I haven't missed it.
Yeah, it's actually interesting because also we have those 60 health Bidoofs. I also wonder, like, it's extra scary to go second as well. Something to kind of think about.
No reason to put it down at all.
Yeah, exactly. But if it was your only Pokemon, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, as we say in the business, God turn from Arceus. You have Arceus V attach pass, right? That's gotten it so much success just over the years, or the time that's seen play, about a year now. Again, just the key is getting the Arceus V, and then again the Arceus V star is in hand. So your next turn, you're able to just get that Starbirth going, Trinity Nova, set up your other basics, and in good shape from there.
We had that future formats tournament today, which it can be a little rough because we're still missing a whole set from possible future formats.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, they've still got it. That's why they've probably actually got into a better hand.
Yeah, this hand is bonkers. This is such a good hand.
The Adventurous Discovery, only one played in the deck, but again, instead of a great Starbirth target to help set up your board, or if you just happen to get Iona into it, even better.
I was wondering if there was going to be more Arceus decks, because Arceus loses Path of the Peak's gone, and it becomes more free. But then again, Charizard doesn't lose anything either. Like, actually, I don't think Charizard loses much of anything at all. It loses Battle VIP Pass. That's about it. So outside of the one donk, why is it not showing up? Oh. They didn't put it. Okay. Good to know.
All right, so Torch Arceus player did get Torch Iron Valiant able to get set up. Iona, our Arceus player into a fantastic hand, being able to set up Adventurous Discovery, and most importantly, still have Starbirth available, able to have a nice combo for later, maybe to get an Ace Rolls Premonition or to find their one of Iona later, to just better get things set up and put the pressure on.
I don't think you ever escape rope here, right? You just go ahead, Trinity Nova. They're never going to try to path you. Yes, that is Mimikyu VMAX. It got into top 8.
It's gonna be like so nice to go ahead and just clean up everything with those 13 damage counters,
Yeah. Which I think that's what he's going to be trying to do.
For sure.
That is a route
this is going to be really satisfying.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, hey,
it's a route that you don't often go to, right? Saying, I'm going to hit for 180 on the 3 different things, and then I'll just take 6 prizes in one turn with Mimikyu VMAX.
Yeah, wait, hold on. There's that one thing on Twitter, not like a couple days ago. They hit 180 into like 3 different attackers. It was like against Mew, I think. They couldn't find boss. Did you see that meme? Okay, they just need Mimikyu VMAX. I just solved it for them.
Watch this win Portland regionals.
Torch down to just one card in hand.
Oh,
There we go.
research.
So you knew they had to have something. They just.
That's a great last card to have in hand.
I had that happen recently where I was playing against them. They got one prize. And off that one prize or the top deck, they got research and like the energy they needed.
Love that for you.
What will be a little bit of factor here is the switch carts. If we're talking about that, Acerola damage spread or the Mimikyu VMAX damage spread, being able to mix in a couple switch carts and heal off that damage, just make it harder. Make those 13 damage counters have to go farther, as opposed to an easy cleanup on the game. So he's opting to spread a little bit of damage here with the Jolteon, it appears.
You might as well use Town Store before you use that attack. Get it out of the deck. You don't want to top deck that.
So yeah, Max Thunder Rumble. They're on the back while Jolteon's still in format. So now a little bit of a tricky spot. You can just attack and keep spreading damage. But also, you do kind of want to play a draw supporter. Maybe see some more cards. I do also see a world where you just kind of say, hey, I'm going to hold my Starbirth and pass. So I'm on the rope here.
As long as they don't have Evo, de-evolution, your Starbirth will still be active next turn.
Right. Well, even then, like...
They don't have a way to devolve.
Yeah, they don't have a way to attack and devolve, yeah. If they did attack and then de-evolve, that would kind of suck to get both of the Arceuses gone for 4 prizes in one turn, but...
You have to play Acerola's Premonition.
I don't know. Do we have to? I mean,
That's
only 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, I mean, so your other option is to go for Max Shadow and try to discard a card and just spread some more damage. I do think again, we don't really quite know what we're drawing off of this Acerola. See if it's worth it. What is nice is that we will be able, if we are playing the Acerola, we will be able to look at the hand and see what's going on there.
That is true. That knowledge is really nice. But even if we only get 4 damage counters, that takes out the Iron Valiant. So. Oh, get 3 cards.
Might as well get rid of the Bibarel. Oh, good
Force
move.
them to have another energy. Especially because they did go ahead and attach the one to the other Jolteon.
And worth noting that Torch is only playing 2 elemental badges, so there's no more available, and only 4 lightning energies. So going to be a little bit harder to find those. Rapid Strike energies are in the deck, but of course they cannot be attached to it. Actually, Jolteon is a Rapid Strike Pokemon, is it not? Is this the one that is, or is it not?
It is not.
It is not.
It is not.
Vaporeon is the Rapid Strike.
Vaporeon, that's what it was. And so not an option here to attach to. Just going to spread the damage. Again, nicely taking 2 prizes and then setting up a future KO. Which actually, that Valiant can be KO'd with another attack, another ominous numbers to get that remaining 13, the 90 plus 13. The math works out perfectly.
How you doing tonight, Kekleon? Matchup wise, James Sims has actually lost game 1 to Corvo 7.
So that's the Palkia Charizard matchup. Again, Palkia, if they're able to get a early Cologne cross switcher play on that mana fee and just disrupt the board, then very, very strong. Palkia's a consistent deck that just swings hard and swings fast. Was that just game 1 you said, Doom?
Yep. I still have 2 more.
Goodbye, Squawk. We don't need you anymore. No, it's okay. He's in the discard pile. He's served his purpose.
Moving right after Christmas is brutal, to be honest. Glad I never had to. I had to move on my birthday. That was weird.
Oh. Yeah, I think one of the best things you can do is get out of the early January moving cycle for anyone in 12-month leases ending around then.
Yeah,
When I first moved to...
I had to move on my birthday, and it snowed that day in Seattle.
Ooh. Yeah, it doesn't sound fun.
No.
I know for me, it was in when I first moved to Jacksonville after graduated in the fall, graduating college, and then got an apartment right early January. But then I found out it was over Christmas and New Year's, and I'm now looking for a new apartment and then prepping move stuff. Said I really don't want to do this, so I quickly signed a 13 or 14 month lease just to bump it by a few months, just to avoid January again. All right, so we just see another attack from Jolteon, just spreading some more damage. Again, setting up both of those Arceus to be KO'd next turn.
He gets a KO just with a straight normal attack.
There you go. Can use Max Shadow to then just get a KO on the Medicham with weakness. And also, the real disruptor is that Torch's plan was to Yoga Loop next turn. So with those two perfectly set up, so they're able to play the boss, plus Pal Pad it back, and discard a Nest Ball, random card. Now all the Arceus player needs is the Acerola off the prizes. Now, Torch does play 2 Iono in Iron Valiant. That's not a card you too often see in the deck. But this one's often playing too.
It hurts.
They have at least played one. Exactly. They have at least played one Iono at the start of the game. If they can find that second one here, that would be key. But there's still, I believe, access to 2 more Acerola's Premonition besides the one that's in hand. A notable exclusion from the list is there's no Luminion V in the Arceus deck. When you're playing Adventure Discovery and looking for Acerola, I don't think it's a bad inclusion. I'm opted not for it here. So, but going for the Chorus. Go ahead.
I'm sitting there with the Ultra Ball. I'm like, yeah, let's just fish for game, right? No. But now we got the Acerola. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, Torch went for a Chorus for turn, so obviously with us in the booth, we know that there's the Acerola in hand. So all we need now is assuming that the Mimikyu VMAX can get back to the active. They use Acerola to take the knockout here. But again, is there a switch card that can come into play? If they can find one, there we go. That'll give them just a little bit more time.
Also, I believe it removes the 13.
Yeah, so now the 13 is not a condition to win anymore, and we have the Yoga Loop, a second Medicham getting set up. Like I said, those 2 Medicham is going to be a factor in setting that up. When it goes again, let's see what they can do with it. Again, they can go and take another KO on the Arceus, and they might have a spot here where if they can line this up right to win with 2 more attacks.
Yeah, boss 100% wins the game.
Well, boss for our Arceus player does for high school. But the Valiant player, I think, would still need 2 more attacks here. You can go Jolteon, just put 100 on, and then you need to be able to put enough damage on with Iron Valiant, so that way another 100 from the Jolteon will take the game.
Right. Which definitely looks like we're digging for that, for sure.
They do not play Luminion.
As I was saying, yeah, if we did have the Luminion, then that'd be a nice piece to just find those pieces. So there was the one boss that was shuffled back in with Palpad. 33 card deck. Looking a little tough. And no real way to draw a card. You can use an Acerola to just dig a little bit more.
Yeah, I think
you can
go ahead and
Acerola.
thin, right?
I gotta double check something.
It's like, I think, oh, that's a lot of trainers. Still no boss, though.
need to knock off that. So you need to knock that city off. I want to say they played De-Evolution. I didn't see if they already had it or not. Or they might not.
That's a good point. They definitely are playing Devolution. Just kidding. They're definitely not playing Devolution. Going for a different line, I suppose, with the Jolteons in the deck rather than the Entei we more conventionally see.
The thing is, I think you almost set yourself up here now. You get ominous numbers just for game.
As long as it doesn't get healed off at all with Switch Cart.
Correct.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Again, that Switch Cart is what prevented the game this last turn. Torch able to save that Switch Cart and find it at the right time. We do have an opportunity here, though. Again, leaving in the active. Well, there he goes. That'll be one. As long as we have another switching card to get Jolteon back into the active, and then I'll just be game. With a Max Thunder Rumble.
Yep, there we go.
So I'll do it.
Jolteon coming back.
Yeah, fantastic game by Torch again. The donk early to seal game one, and then game two sticking it out, bringing back the comeback, and just Jolteon got it done.
All right, we're gonna jump to Jam real quick because Jam is actually down 1-0. He has dropped a game. Someone who has not dropped a game in quite some time.
Real quick, just quick shout out to the high school. Again, fantastic run with Arceus, Mimikyu VMAX. Stayed off of our radar for a while. Glad we got to highlight you in top 8. Again, congrats on the run and a really innovative Arceus Mimikyu VMAX list.
Yeah, that was interesting. Like I don't know if it was the worst matchup he could have, or if it was just a little bit too much bad luck on the first game.
I think the matchup overall might be Arceus favored. Again, the bad luck in the first match doesn't help. And then I think really Torch needed to hit a lot of pieces there at the end to be able to close it out, and had access to all of that. High school wasn't able to disrupt with Iono or have those pieces available.
Right.
Or have a backup attacker to go to, for example. Again, really interesting here. Jam versus Lana. Again, Gudra versus Tina. Not a matchup you see too often, but again, one that typically the Tina player is favored in, just with the ability to start Requiem and eliminate a Gudra in one shot. But these are two decks where it's really... These are two decks where it's the consistency issues, not quite as consistent as other Lost Box variants. And both having access to Sableye. So you have a little bit of Lost Box Mirror in there, and then the big V-Stars to swing the game in different ways.
And exactly what you're saying, because, with the consistency, we know it's Tina versus Gudra, but we don't see any Tina or any Gudra on the board right now.
Well, that's the interesting thing that...
It's all babies.
It's Murder Bird on Murder Bird violence.
Well, it's funny when you talk about these matchups, especially like the loss, a lot of times we see it as Tina into Turbo Lost Box, for example, in previous formats, where we go and say, okay, Tina can kind of go the single prize mode or can go the two prizer mode, where you can kind of, steer the game from there. Definitely Gudra prefers to have their two prizer in play. But again, Tina's a great way to respond to it.
Arthur Flex, thank you for the follow.
I hear Lana being able to use the Cramorant to KO Jam's Cramorant. Great position. Again, just a little bit more optimal on the damage. Again, but right now we have a big Moonlight Shuriken play about to happen. Lana is playing a Manaphy, but did not opt to bench it or was unable to get it down. So we can see a little two prize swing back. Again, still no two prizers in play. Nothing at risk of a big, nothing at risk of KO'd quite yet on the Gudra side. And the Gudra is actually also, while also playing Radiant Greninja, is not playing any waters, so cannot threaten a Radiant Greninja in return.
does need to find that Giratina though, like now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like we don't even have a way to get it. Like, even if we wanted to go get it last turn, we have no ball search. We have no way.
R3 Flex, I don't think there was any way you could have played it differently. The first game was just it was just a shit sandwich, to put it bluntly. They had what they needed to, and you just happened to be weak to the one thing they could attack with like that. I don't think there was anything you could even do for game 2. Like, you played it correctly. It's just they got, again, lucked out on what they had, which that's a huge part of the game, is a bit of luck.
Yeah, R3 Flex. I think again, I think just not being able to find that Iono to like disrupt late just makes it tricky. Again, not too many pieces could have done. I know something we were talking about in the casting was, in a list like that, considering Illuminion just makes it easier to find Acerola or to find your one-off supporters that you need. Yeah, fantastic run.
Roxanne like eliminates a lot of stuff. Like, I've actually debated about playing Roxanne into Charizard Pidgeot.
One of my locals is stuck on that. Like, really, really likes Roxanne in Charizard right now.
It helps the Tina matchup.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Which sadly he can't even use his Roxanne this turn if you want to.
Yeah. And again, Lana is not playing any disruption either. So in a matchup where you're able to just stick your opponent and not have anything, where your opponent can just continue to build up cards and you're stuck waiting, it's gonna be tricky. Again, here we really need to get a Tina down at some point, or else this Goodra will just be able to wall us out for a little while. So if the Flower Selecting's left, should be able to hopefully get there. Not quite there yet.
Jeez Louise, where are the Tinas?
3 Death Balls in deck, and then 3 Giratina Vs in the list. Still no Tina down. So you can get looks like you can get a Sableye attack. You can get a Sableye attack with the Mirage Gate. Doesn't feel great, but you can start setting up that damage a little bit. One other piece of note is, again, these decks are not really playing other counter stadiums. The only way to bump the Path to Peak that's in play is that Lana's list of the Goodra player is playing exactly 1 Lost Vacuum. But other than that, there's no way to bump the Path to then use Moisture Star to heal off any damage.
There they are. There's the Tina.
Oh, there's one.
It might actually be crucial, even though you have the V-Star in hand. This next turn is to hit that Roxanne after they KO the Sableye. I'd possibly even Mirage Gate to it and let them take another KO.
I agree. I think as Tina here, you're able to go and bench your Tina V, Mirage Gate to it. Even counter catch or something else if you just want to take a prize, like a quick prize on that Drachi, for example. And then you're setting up for a turn where you can just say, hey, I can start Requiem anything for game. Once I find my Tina V-Star.
That's the scariest thing about Tina V-Star. Mine's sitting in a box screaming at me, why won't you play me? I'm like, you're too volatile.
So as the Goodra player, it's tricky here because you look like you're in a fine spot. However, with your opponent only having 2 prizes, you have to be ready for the worst here. You gotta say, okay, they are eventually going to get a Tina down. My opponent's playing 2 Roxanne in the Tina list. 1 got lost zone, but the other one's still chilling in hand. No way to interrupt the opponent. Really need to be able to chain some attackers here and have some sort of counterplay, expecting that you are probably only getting 1 more attack, or you're probably getting only 1 more attack out of this Goodra. Actually, sorry, we're getting 2. I'm gonna take the 1 prize now, go down to 3, and then maybe KO something else unless they're able to put that Tina in the active with Shred.
James Sims has come back with a 1-1.
One piece that I do think can help swing the matchup a little bit is, again, I don't think at this point, due to the prizes the way they are, but Lana is playing that Mew EX in their Gudra deck. They will find a situation where even if the Tina is to use Star Requiem and KO the Gudra, then you could go and Lost Impact the other Tina for game.
That's quite funny, actually, as we see it get benched.
Yeah. And also something else in this matchup that's relevant, I guess. Since it's a Lost Zone versus Lost Zone, theoretically, you could genome hacking and copy Star Requiem if you haven't used a Moisture Star. Have that count as your V-Star power? If you're set in the Lost Zone?
Mm-hmm. Especially since we're under Path to the Peak.
So Doom, just like you were saying, we're going to see that Mirage Gate power up the Tina. And then counter catcher's not active because we're ahead. See, not going for the Roxanne yet. Again, thinking knowing there's no disruption, you have the Tina V-Star in hand. Unlikely that. And really, again, if your opponent bosses the Tina, then you still just have game anyways. I think this is the fine spot. Again, with no disruption on Lana's side. Really not too much you can do. Like, you almost need to retreat and start attacking with Sableye and hope that they can't boss the Gudra, which of course they can. That's just the risk of playing no disruption.
That's what worries me. Like, if they had the Mirage Gate set up and somehow got the Muse set up, that would be scary. Well, it looks like Tina has everything in hand for game next turn, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh, round 9 of the Champions League. Come on, our tournament's moving fast. We're in top 8. And they started like, what, 3 hours before me?
Yeah, it's been going for a bit.
Yeah, I know.
Well, they have plenty of time left in the day. Folks like me on the East Coast, it's 3:30 a.m. So.
Goodbye, Mew.
Boy. He's so good and such a liability. He always has been. It's like,
all right, so looks like we're going to game 3.
What was the Mew EX? The original Mew EX. It was the one that could copy anything.
You like the Lost Zone Mew? Or the was telepathy?
Versatile. The Pokemon uses
versatile,
attacks
that's
of
what it
any
was.
Pokemon in play. You still need the necessary energy. But that one was only 120 HP. I actually have a fuller of that one. It was actually a promo art. Yeah, the one from Legendary Treasures. The art on that one I like. It's by an artist I don't think she's done a lot of work. Or he, who knows? They stopped doing art with Shiny Alcremie.
Ooh, this is a really good hand.
Let's see. Oh my god! I walked right into the best hand ever. Too bad you weren't going. Too bad you weren't going first or second. Get that Tina. So this game, we obviously had no issues finding Giratina.
Yeah, we're chilling now. We're like fully set up. We got Chorus in hand for next turn. Like, we're super chilling.
It will come down to what Lana has. Can Lana get something that's not the Manaphy in play?
Yeah. Great setup again, double VIP. Love to see it. Again, I want to remind our players, just consider your deck knowledge. Consider what your opponent has available. The Manaphy grabbed off the VIP there, but there's no threat of Greninja from Lana's list for the Gudra. So just something to remember there.
Wait, how? There's
you
need water energy.
You can genome hacking it actually. Since you're putting it on Radiant Greninja, you can genome hacking.
You can Mirage Gate it. There's 4 energy.
Oh no, I'm saying Lana, the Gudra V-Star is not playing water energies.
You play 4,
How?
they have to.
Wait, they are? Wait, I'm trolling.
I was like, Gudra literally needs a water energy. I'm so confused.
I was confused too.
When you said that earlier, I was like thinking. You're totally fine.
That's the 3:30 a.m. Maddox speaking. Thanks.
You're 100% fine. I thought I was missing something when you said it earlier. I was like, oh, I'm sure I'm just misunderstanding.
No, I definitely forgot that too.
I was like, is there just one in there?
For some reason I was like, oh, Gudra doesn't attack with water. They attack with some other energy type.
I don't think we really need the counter catcher. I don't think we're going to be behind very often.
The question is, how many Giratinas do you play in deck, and how many are you now throwing into the loss zone?
Well, we got one V-Star there now.
Well, there's Batman Peak.
I was like, I guess Comfy picked for us.
Use the worst deck. You got some people in chat attacking your deck.
Whoa! What's wrong with me? No, I'll take that one, Mike. I definitely fell asleep on the water energies in the deck.
You're all good. I don't know. I feel like there's probably a worse deck out there than Mew right now.
That's called Cloth. Sadly, as much as we like Cloth around here, I don't think we had a single Cloth this week.
I have some locals who are very much believers in the cloth. Oh, I think one of them did pretty well with it at LAIC, actually.
Miser, my brother, was testing the Cloth. His biggest issue was he can't beat Mew with it.
Yeah, unless you have Drapion, you can't. Because if you have Drapion, then you can. But without Drapion, it's really hard.
He's like, I go really well into Miraidon, really well into Charizard, but after that, like Lost Zone decks beat me up.
Yeah. I don't know, just hit all the Miraidons and hit all the Zards. You're fine.
It sounds like I don't know if he's on or not, but he's moving towards whatever it's called, Miraidon. Which Haruto beat Victor Von Doom 2-0.
Okay.
So that was Rapid Strike over Charizard. Oh, you know what it probably was? They probably de-evolutioned them.
I was like, I think Rapid Strike has a pretty decent matchup into Charizard, unless Charizard's teched for it, right?
Yeah. Which I don't know how many people are going to even want to attack like Tool Jammer for anything.
I don't know. Tool Jammer is really good against Miraidon as well. And it's good in the mirror if they're playing Justified Gloves. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like if I was going to play Charizard at Portland, I would probably be playing like 2 Tool Jammer. Don't get devolved and turn off all the tools from Miraidon. Mike, how did you dodge those? How? How's it even possible?
It's called the bottom tables.
Oh my gosh. That's so mean, Doom. Jeez Louise.
I mean, in all my rounds in day 1 and day 2, I did not play a single Moridon in San Antonio somehow.
Wow.
It was like when I was in Portland. I didn't play like a Gardevoir mirror once, and it was like 20% on that one.
It happens. I feel like every single time I go to a regional, I hit the weirdest thing round 1. Like, for example, Toronto, I hit Lost Box Alakazam EX.
Wow.
So, anything can happen at a regional. Just remember that.
I remember one year I hit Zoroark Garbodor and expanded.
Mm-hmm.
And we ended up tying because I won game 1, they won game 2, and then we had no time left.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, because we got put in the ties, we just never financially recovered.
A really dominating spot for Jam right now. First Sableye has Sableye again for next turn, threatening getting rid of the Manaphy to be able to threaten a Moonlight Shuriken if more Comfies get set up. Plus a Tina V-Star pretty much ready to go if a Goodra were to ever enter the field.
Yeah, I think they're pretty... It's their game to lose at this point. Even though they are down, they are tied in prizes, it's still their game to lose.
I agree. And I mean, again, the key is there's no disruption in Lana's list, so there's no ability to Iono or Roxanne any of these key pieces out of there. Basically, Jam will have their entire hand until they decide to Roxanne their opponent, if they do.
Ouch.
Let's take the boss's orders here.
Yeah, only the one boss left only the one boss in the list. 3 waters, so a thin line. Also, I didn't realize until now, but Jam's only playing the 3 psychics, a little bit of a thinner line than we normally see. Makes it that tiny bit harder to chain those Sableyes instead of other attackers.
Makes you really selective when you do have to select energy. Like if you have a grass and a psychic, and you're on a flower selecting, you have to take the psychic.
Mm-hmm.
Murder bird on murder bird violence, Doom.
Bad. But now they don't have an attack. They don't even have a flower selecting.
And I don't believe a Colress was played last turn either. They did play a vacuum to draw some cards off of concealed cards, but still need a good bit off this concealed to get rolling a little bit. And the Goodra deck has some nice pieces in other matchups. The Rolling Iron to be able to limit damage, as well as the Zamazenta to be able to go and take some big return knockouts to be able to hit for 220 with a revenge attack. But unfortunately, Into Lost Box has a few less answers, right? Only playing 1 Sableye, 1 Psychic Energy. Very hard to chain that. As well as just a couple other, less pieces to find those other cards since you're playing all your pieces for Goodra. Plus like the Mew EX, things like that. And looks like it'll just be a boss stall for Lana looking to try to make something happen by a turn.
Which we know they have a rope in hand that nothing is going to happen.
You got the rope in hand. Not able to get a Sableye on board. You're board locked out of that for right now. Oh man, they got the retreat into the Manaphy. So you have the attached retreat if you want to just KO the Manaphy, or you go rope and you can just swing into the Greninja again, not taking a knockout.
With the Mirage Gate, you possibly have access to more, to the ability to just win next turn with that.
Double course off the concealed cards.
Oh, you gotta watch it though.
We got Super Rod in hand. It's fine.
I know, but still, we had someone lose recently due to that.
Oh, right. I remember that. Because they forgot to Super Rod before they ended their turn.
Oh.
Yeah.
They didn't need a Colress at all. They Colress for no reason.
Mm-hmm. But card pretty shiny. Need play. It shaking at me because it's highlighted.
Yeah, real rough spot here for Lana. I think what your line here is. I mean, it's almost, if you go put in a Gudra into play, it's boss KO'd. Probably your only bet at this point is to probably just wait for your opponent to deck out. But I don't even think that's feasible. Being able to super rod back in some energies. They have the 2 boss in hand.
Pass. Best
Oh,
game.
we got game then.
This is actually the last one as James came back and took the game against Corvo 7. This hand is too big.
All right, and that'll be the game.
My spoon is too big. Sorry. We watched a lot of weird stuff in college.
Congrats to Lana on the fantastic run into top 8 with Lost Zone Gudra, and Jam, congrats. Look forward to continuing to watch you in future rounds.
We will probably continue on with him as he will be going up against James Sims.
Oh. Tina versus Zard. We have a little San Antonio rematch.
Plus, on top of it, Torch D had to drop at the last moment here. So Haruto essentially got a bye. So I will be going in there.
So whoever wins from Zard and Tina is going to play against Rapid Strike in the finals?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. They messaged out that they needed the opportunity to drop. So we get the semifinals. So they get a free round. They can watch this if they want to. They checked in. They're all set. It happens. This is one of the things. We have no stream James and Jam. I can't even put them in the same room. It would be cheating. I think both players would be honest about it, but who knows? We just wait for them to set up.
All right, so we have a rematch of our latest regional finals. Lost Tina versus Charizard EX. What are y'all thinking about? I think we'll have a repeat and see Charizard take this one? Or are we leaning a little bit more towards what we know Tina is capable of?
I don't know, because the problem is both these players are very capable with their decks, and it's like their deck. That's what they know, and so I wouldn't be surprised if they both play a little conservative, and we'll see how it goes.
I don't know. I'm curious because, like I was saying earlier, I think Tina can sometimes just beat itself and just kind of brick up. However, my testing partner ended up hitting 5 Tina in a row at San Antonio playing Charizard and just absolutely bombed out. So I don't know. It's really interesting.
It's a little bit of my fear of Portland is why I'm testing Lost Zone Charizard is because Lost Zone Charizard deals better with Tina, but it's worse against the Pidgeot version.
Right.
All right, just looking at the lists real quick. Again, James Sims Charizard players playing his list looks pretty similar to what Azul just won with this past weekend. The Tina list is similar to Grant Hayes' list. I think the difference is one less path when I'm playing 3 path, but still opting for the double counter catcher plus the double Roxanne that Grant played. So it should be a nice match to see.
Wow.
Ooh.
Do you want Tina or Tina?
And this is a matchup where you definitely need the at least 2 Tinas just to be able to get rolling and playing, just to be able to put that pressure on. James was able to open the mana fee, which is nice. Versus Grant Hayes' list, Jam is able to threaten the Greninja perhaps a little easier, playing a full 3 water energy, as opposed to Grant's just 2.
James has got to be looking for another Charmander or something, because right now he's in a very, very deadly spot with where a rope.
Mm-hmm.
KO's your one Charmander. That's it.
Yeah, you have to get another Charmander down here. Only playing 2 rope in the Tina deck. One is already down. So, you calculate a risk of saying, can you find the other one? But since that would effectively lose you the game, I think you have to definitely respect that and get the Charmander here. There's a world where you go and grab that Pidgey and you just say, hey, if you get me, then you get me. I don't mind the Rotom here either. Again, you're putting yourself a little bit behind on the Pidgey setup, but I just go for a Star Alchemy right now. Or actually, there you go. We have an Iono, perfect. Able to see a few more cards. Play this Force Seal Stone if necessary.
For sure. Looks like we got a decent hand from the Iono on our side as well. But yeah, if we have the Force Seal Stone, it totally makes sense to just go ahead and do that. Having the Celebrations Mew, though, that's kind of tough, especially with Sableye. It's a very, very easy knockout, very easy target.
A lot of energy going to the discard.
Was that 3?
Yeah.
And James is still playing the 2 Super Rods.
Makes it feel a little better then.
Charge.
I feel like 2 Super Rods is needed over a single one.
I was playing with 1 and I definitely felt it. Like I felt like I wanted a second one.
A great position being able to evolve that Tina into a V-Star right there. So I believe you still do have all your 3 Tina V-Stars in the deck. But again, really the key is to just be able to evolve that to avoid a Vitality Band play from your next turn from the Charizard.
James is playing... Oh, sorry.
I was going to say James is playing 3 Super Rods, so you do maybe have room to get rid of one, but still opting to conserve it there in that last flower selecting. 3 is a little bit of a heavier count than we normally see in a Tina list, but obviously it's working for Jam here today, who is 6-0 and an ID'd 2 rounds in a row. A great turn overall from Jam. Probably the one piece we're missing is just that path to the peak. Being able to put that in puts a little bit of extra pressure on James to find that out as well to accelerate. The promotion of the mana fee indicates that we probably don't have a Rare Candy Pidgeot in hand or an out to it just yet. So it might be a little bit of a slower turn. Maybe we're able to get a way to get the Charizard into play. Well, actually, it looks like we're just going to go a little slower route. Set up the Charmeleon by evolving it. And might just be another instant charge here.
Oh, putting out another Pidgey, that's interesting. I guess it is quite a bit of a target. Those 50 health, it's just so dangerous against Lost Box.
Could you imagine if you already have the Sableye turn? Having double Pidgey down was just inviting 2 prizes.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, with no Culver's in hand, Jam doesn't really have any outs to get things rolling anymore. So it's just going to be forced to just take the prizes on the mana fee and go from there. Now, again, there's that potential if you get that Radiant Greninja going, then could take some big prizes here. Again, once Jam takes their next prize, and they are susceptible to that Tina V-Star being KO'd with a Vitality Band. So if you are going to take a KO on this next turn, you also do need to get that another Tina set up. But again, right now, you don't quite have a way to do that. You have to go Jet Energy, see a few more cards with Comfy to try to find another Tina to get that set up.
The raw Charizard. What's the quote about? We like things raw here or something like that.
From Kyle Sablehouse.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he said, just get it raw, or like he just raw, like how we like it, or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, didn't have it off the start, able to Charmeleon, and then probably drew into it off that instant charge that happened last turn. It's nice. It still has the Force Seal Stone, so not sure if it'll be used now to grab a rare candy. They just had the rare candy. They had it raw like that. So I'm curious to see what they'll do here. I'm sure they'll try to save the Force Seal Stone if at all possible. Play around an eventual path turn, but if they're able to combo this with like a Roxanne or something, it could look pretty good. However, your opponent didn't play a Colress last turn. Say, hey, man, they might not have it. Do I need to push it? Again, we don't even have Mirage Gate active yet. We do have the Jet Energy and also a retreat option for the Comfy, so we know we can get a few in play. Definitely have a Tina response next turn if we want it. But again, like you said, Doom, missing that Sableye turn, if you're able to go and put 5 onto, KO1 Charmander, put 5 onto the Charmeleon, puts you in pretty good shape of just what your opponent has options to, and for you to be able to take a lost impact to the Charizard EX later for game. Or not for game, but just to knock out the only remaining Charizard.
It's the path.
It's a little bit too late. Hopeful spot is that there, again, isn't really many cards in James's hand. But again, that Force Seal Stone is a little threat. If we can find that one vacuum, that'll be pretty key. Oh, sorry. No, there's no vacuum in this list. I was thinking of the Goodra list. It's like Jam is checking if the waters are available. And there's the one water. Ooh. They didn't quite check things enough. Check the discard. They had a Super Rod in hand, could have put back another energy. They didn't have any in the discard pile. Yeah, that mistake's going to cost Jam here, unfortunately. I'm already attached to Jet Energy for turn. Only was able to attach the one off of the Mirage Gate. Had the other water in deck now to be able to do it, but even a second Mirage Gate, there's enough energy in the deck to do it, so looks like just forced to spit with a cram.
Which doesn't hurt. It puts the damage out there. It adds the possibility of the Tina being able to take the KO without resorting to the V-Star attack. But as James, I might even want to see the Forest Seal Stone go on the aggressive and get rid of that Tina.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind that play at all. I think just going for that here is smart. I do think that maybe just in longevity rate, you saw your opponent had to get rid of a path. Maybe go your Rotom V and grab your counter stadium type of thing. To then be able to quick search for that boss, just to hopefully retain the quick search for later on.
Boss. There's the V-Star. We'll see the Burning Darkness. They never even got rid of the path. They kept it in play.
Again, a little different line than I would have maybe gone for. Just because, again, you know your opponent's playing 3 paths. I guess there's also a line where you say, I want to keep my path outs for later on after a Roxanne, or I want to be able to draw into them type of thing like that. But just knowing that if your opponents would be down 2 paths and you say, hey, if I can have this stick around, I'm in good shape there. So now Jam in a spot where they need to get another Tina set up. But again, another boss will, be able to take out that other Tina as well. So just gotta be on the lookout for that as well. Again, not too much you can do about that with path still in play. They do have the Greninja play available now. However, just the issue is you don't have, you can't KO a Charmander anymore. They went and evolved it. So it looks like they're just going to go for a Lost Impact here.
I'm off the cram.
I just spit. Yeah, I don't think that's the right call. I was going to say, if you go with a Lost Impact and take the knockout here, then they just go and return KO you for 2 more prizes, which you really can't afford to do at this point.
They got to get that Pidgey evolved.
Yeah. Oh, and you can't even evolve to Lost Impact because he just put the team down this turn.
Right. Yeah, so we could have shred, but then we just get immediately knocked out back.
Yeah. I think it's another line if you still go with the Greninja play. Again, your Mirage Gate count's looking a little lower at this point, but if you're able to go Greninja into the active to bring the Charizard to, what was it? That'd be 2. That's not quite enough still. You're set up for like a Sableye or another Cram hit, and then you go Star Requiem on the other Charizard.
Out with Arven, counter catcher does not work.
Yep, we are even on those prizes.
I mean, James does have a pretty sweet turn coming up next. Right, they can go the counter catcher, Roxanne, the paths in play, and evolve Star Requiem.
So we see Cramorant get KO'd. So yeah, now we're in the issue.
Your Roxanne is now online.
I almost feel like you boss his orders instead of Roxanne. Countercat. Oh, okay, you got countercast. You're going after the. It feels like you want to go after the fresh Charizard.
Yeah, but the problem here also is that you need to get another Tina down to threaten that. Because no matter what you do, if you take prizes here, the Tina will get KO'd next turn. So if you're able to go Nest Ball and put a Tina back on the bench and get that powered up, or be able to...
You don't even need a Tina. You just need the Sableye.
Right.
Oh, right, yeah, you go counter catcher. Yeah, no, I think this is the fine approach. And now you're saying off of this Roxanne, plus I'm KOing your Pidgeot, you need to find Jirachi or Fire Energy to attack. Oh, sorry, Jirachi and a Fire Energy to attack. If not, you're attacking with the basic one that's damaged already, and then Sableye can still KO it.
That was like the worst thing. Like he needed to KO that. He needed to KO the Tina to get to 2 prizes instead of the Cramorant.
Exactly.
Did they seriously just announced Japan rotates January 26th?
Did they?
Yeah, they just they're showing A-Specs right now. A-Spec Energy.
Oh.
All right, we're gonna be completely distracted from that.
Yeah, it's like a reversal energy kind of, but not. I'm trying to see it. Obviously, I can't read Japanese.
If Japan rotates January 26th,
what
we were saying earlier is like a little more real Doom.
Yeah. This future format stuff might be legit. We might be playing a new format in Vancouver.
I'm definitely playing Mew but there was half of me that was like, maybe I should play Charizard for Portland. Absolutely not. Nope. It's gotta be Mew.
We'll play
Gotta be
Charizard.
Mew.
We'll play
I'm not
Charizard
playing
later.
Charizard. I'll play Charizard later. I'll learn the mirror later. That's the thing is I'm not confident in the mirror. I get through all the other games and then I get to top 8 or top 4 and then it's like, nope, never mind.
All right, we see the concession from James. Not able to find that Jirachi or another way to attack. And then just scoops up and we'll go to the next game, game 2.
Yeah, that is something that I don't think we've seen tonight that could have helped us in a lot of games, which is that Jirachi.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, James is playing it. Just not able to find it there when it was most important.
Right.
So I mean, hey, that's just part of the game sometimes. The Roxanne able to find the Iona, but not enough draw. Lost their Pidgeot. Not much you can do there.
Another new one. It looks like some sort of catcher card. It looks so weird.
Someone said rule box catcher, or it's Guzma.
Oh no, it's an item card. So we've had an A-Spec Energy and an item card. Barragage, if that's how you say name. Thank you for the follow.
I was saying it's cross switcher on one card. On an item.
That's what. Where are you seeing that at?
It's just Jake Cureheart commenting in Azul's chat.
Okay. I figured he would be one of the first ones. I'm like trying to watch on like Twitter. There's the obvious sets where we got the Paradox Trios. So we're getting the Paradox Trios, which surprises me that I thought we would get Iron Thorns and whatever it's called, the Mischievous version.
It makes sense that they want to push these cards since they just came out of the new DLC, things like that.
Yeah. But I thought we'd get Ogerpon first. So I think we're getting
We still haven't even gotten the Fluttermane.
Yeah, Fluttermane and Iron Thorns. We haven't got either.
Yeah. Fluttermane is the one I care about more, though.
I have no idea.
Day Camp, shout out, doing double duty in each chat. Have the Neo Superior Energy.
Who energy of any type?
That's on a stage 2.
So it works.
But no, it doesn't say rule box. It can be a rule box.
There's like some sort of like new best of set or something. It's got Garbotoxin in it.
What?
What?
Oh gosh.
This is like an
and
expanded
Skyfield?
set?
This can't be legal for standard, right?
Right. And everyone in chat's like, what are they looking at?
Is it their Skyfield? Let me play some UV Max.
This has to be like a expanded like best of set or something. They've done that before.
It's got to be.
I was like, also, doesn't Japan actually play in expanded format sometimes? So they'll like re-release cards and stuff.
Well, they've like reprinted like computer search multiple times.
Right. But it's like not standard. It's just because they actually play stuff in expanded.
Yeah. Yeah, I think. Yeah, they only got the 2.
Okay, just saying, this A-Spec card is gorgeous. Like the pink.
I do like that.
Yeah. That's pretty baller.
Terrestrial Battle 229. It's another product coming out. Poor James and Jam are playing out, and everyone else is like, "Hey, new products!"
Right?
Yeah, jumping back to the game real quick. So Jam was able to get set up. Jam ended up going first. James chose to go second as Charizard, which I think is a good call. So Jam able to get their setup rolling, get the Tina down, already evolved to a V-Star in a great position. And this is their second tough flower selecting involving a Path of the Peak. They actually had one last turn where they had to choose between a Path or a VIP. Opted to keep the Path and put it into play. Here chose to then get rid of that second Path to keep a Colress for next turn.
Jeez Louise.
Alright, so Prime Catcher is just Guzma. So they brought Guzma back, but they've weakened it to a point where you can only use it once a game. I'm trying to think what Neo Superior Energy would like work with like right off the bat outside of like Gardevoir. Like what plays it?
Yeah. My concern with a card like Prime Catcher is that if there's just a card that exists like that that's just so powerful, then why would we play anything else by that?
I mean, it's a good card. What's up, everyone coming in from Azul GG's stream? Welcome to the top 4 of the Tournament of Doom, as we are currently watching Jam, who has actually won 3 of the last 5 Tournament of Dooms with Lost Tina, going up against James Sims, who is playing with, he's playing with Azul's Charizard list. Yeah, we were actually, excuse me, we were actually talking about the A specs. We've been talking more about the A specs in the game, which there's some. Which there is some. We're talking like okay, they essentially reprinted Guzma on an item. Maddox TCG is obviously guest commentating along with Emmy. I'm like all over the place. We've been running. We've been running like 3/4 sick. So
yeah, I got two of the 3 of us sick. I'm awake in the East Coast, so it's 4 a.m. for me, and we're still going strong.
Yeah, we do know whoever wins this is getting Rapid Strike, which is gonna be oh my god, the Rapid Strike. It's been something, and it will be interesting play. As we're seeing the Giratina here just absolutely get set up. As we're going to see another Charmander. Go away. Forever. Probably Milk. I would assume Rapid Strike's winning tonight. They actually... Rapid Strike lucked out. They're going up against probably a favorable matchup for them anyways, was Iron Valiant Jolteon. And the Iron Valiant Jolteon had to drop for the night. So they ended up having to drop, and now the winner of this will get to play against Rapid Strike. Which I don't know if Jolteon Iron Valiant beats Rapid Strike anyways. Like, because the Jolteon
I don't think it does, yeah.
Yeah, they can set up the Rapid Strike Urshifu and then just be taking 3 prizes on Jolteon without even thinking. With a... can't remember the attack. The first one on Urshifu.
And right now,
Strafe? No.
No. And right now it looks like
It's
James
Strafe, but better. Come on, 4 a.m. brain, remember it.
I don't know. I can't. It's only 1 a.m. for me, and I can't remember.
Yeah. We're actually pacing decently here. I mean, this will probably finish with 30 minutes left in the round.
Yeah. Gale Thrust, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, Gale Thrust to hit 300 for weakness knockout. I think that's a little bit too much.
There was
concession on James' side. And he's not able to get rolling. That early path really sticking him. And yeah, I mean, when you just cram all these times in a row, makes it really tough.
All right, so that means our finals will be Lost Zone Tina going for his 4th win out of 6. 4 wins.
He's Luis.
He has become the Azul GG of the Tournament of Doom. I have to put it that way. Hopefully, going up against Rapid Strike here. So let's go ahead and update the standings here. But yeah, Jam has just been on a tear. I think he has lost, 2 games? No, 1 game tonight, and that was against the Gudra. How'd you end up throwing the game? Oh, I remember. Remember we talked about it. But hey, you know what? Consolation prize, you can check out the new A specs now.
There you go. Yeah, James Sims, congratulations on top 4 run. Fantastic job, Charizard. Again, we saw a big representation from Charizard at the tournament. About 22%, I think, of Tournament of Doom was playing Charizard EX.
Yeah,
Yeah.
tonight was
we had
22%. So
there you go. And we had 2 make it to top 8, but none made it to the finals. Also worth noting, we had 2 Charizards that bubbled out of top 8 that were also at 18 match points. So lots of Charizard here today, but again, for finals, we'll see Lasso and Giratina versus Rapid Strike.
too bad we're not seeing Arceus Mimikyu.
Yeah, that was the spice.
Yeah.
Really neat list, neat innovative list. Unfortunately got donked quickly by the Jolteon deck, Valiant deck in game 1, and then in game 2, a longer, more drawn out game. Just, the Valiant found all the pieces they needed, was able to go and take their 6 prizes.
Oh, that's all they needed. Shaolin Warrior, you just said the magic words. We have to give a Tabletop Village promo because Tabletop Village is actually a sponsor of this stream and the Tournament of Doom. And yeah, and I am from the Seattle area, so it makes more sense. Here we go. Radio voice, set it up. Tabletop Village is the premier Pokemon destination in the entire universe. Yes, I have increased the claim to the universe. Located in the International District of Seattle near Lumen Field, you will find Brian and his team, with their massive knowledge of Pokemon, are able to find any sort of product you need, be it sealed, be it something from a international, worlds, single, whatever it is. Tabletop Village will find it for you. If you use code DOOM5, that's Doom numerical 5, at tabletopvillage.com, you'll be able to save 5% off any of your orders. Or if you're able to come in, say, hey, Doom sent me. And they'll say, cool. I don't think we're going to give you a discount on that. I don't know. I can't hold them to it. There you go. But the game's going. I'm sorry. I always close my eyes when I do that.
I need to remember to tell them that Doom sent me next time I actually make it out to tabletop.
I don't know if you'll get like an extra discount or anything, but just say it.
No, Brian will just laugh at me, and then I'll pay full price. I will say, I listened to the last episode of the Lake Rage podcast with Brian, and oh no, why am I forgetting the other guy's name? Owen, thank you. Anyways, I was able to kind of give them info about when I worked for Portland Public Schools in a program that they had and kind of compare it to Seattle a little bit. So that was kind of fun to talk to Brian about that. But anyways, that Colress was kind of nice. It does suck to throw away a Psychic Energy so early, but...
Yeah, really tough discards off of that.
There's a possibility if you can get that Remoraid out this turn, like if you get the rope Cramorant play, you could really cripple the Rapid Strike deck.
100%. I think I've had a Haruto on stream yet. Again, playing kind of a similar Rapid Strike list to what we've seen before. Is opting for both the Squawkabilly EX and the Lumineon V, and is even playing a Drapion V for the Mew matchup. So definitely a little heavier Pokemon line, but still featuring 3 out of 3 research, a Clara, Melanie, 1 Karina's Focus, kind of, and the Technical Machine Devolution like we see a lot of times. Only 5 waters, so a little bit lower count there.
Okay, let's see the attachment here. We do have the Switch cart, but they're just going to go with the Abyss Seeking, which I feel is probably a safer move. Get themselves set up for the possibility of a Star Requiem, which would be absolutely bonkers and amazing for them.
and basically forced to keep that Psychic Energy off the Abyss Seeking. Already lost Zone 1 and actually only playing 3 in the deck. Again, a lot of Lost Tina lists are playing 4. Jam has only opted to play 3 in this list, so really going to have to cling tight to those energies. And still not a lot of setup from Haruto here. Again, really looking for a Chorus. Again, if they can pull off a Star Requiem here, then that'd be fantastic.
That would be insane because they're only at what? I think 5.
They had a Chorus plus Comfy plus Abyss Seeking, so they're at 6. So
got to keep an Artina. No,
they're only
at
5.
4.
Oh yeah, I'm not getting there yet. Well, they didn't. I don't think they flower selecting last turn.
No, they did not. I was actually a little bit surprised they didn't. I think you definitely evolve here to protect the bench Tina and possibly Jet Energy the other one and Abyss Seeking some more.
Probably.
Yeah, looks like that's exactly what they're doing.
There you go.
You can call me Mr. Wizard.
Oh,
I think we're supposed to call you Senor Doom.
Oh, right. Branding. Gotta remember that. Spent all this time naming everything doomed, and I'm like, now I'm Mr. Wizard.
Oh dear.
G-Max Spiral again. Really not much cooking there in Haruto's hand, it appears. Also Octillery, not playing any, draw supporters, see some cards. Can maybe too much if they have a research, but no Irida, no other Ultra Balls to get that Octillery set up, nothing like that.
Shaolin War, thank you for the follow, and also Fierce, thank you for the follow as well. I did miss that. I apologize. How close are they now? They have to be close enough to
8.
Yeah, chorus.
Off this one, they'll probably get the chorus off of this one now. Nope. They've already Greninja'd. And if you keep the nest ball, then of course you could go into like a Kramer in here, assuming it's available. Maybe not quite necessary at that point, but here you can really just go back and Abyss Seeking some more. Not really under too much pressure.
Actually, you
could just Mirage Gate and Star Impact or Lost Impact.
Yeah.
So really holding these water energies tightly because I think they need to be lost zoned at this point. Again, it's hard to give up any other energies. Fortunately, you can now threaten to start Requiem next turn on the Inteleon, and they really don't have a way to KO you.
Which is what they're exactly hoping that this deck does. That the Rapid Strike kind of trips over itself and is not able to set up.
Yeah, definitely.
God, these new A-Specs though are pretty nice looking. I can't wait to see what they actually look like IRL.
There's the Painful Spoons, move a little bit of damage. Just the G-Max Spiral again, really nothing from Haruto, just the same G-Max Spiral over and over.
Jeez Louise.
There's the chorus.
There's finally a chorus. It took us that long.
Yeah, we will be able to see a Star Requiem here for knockout. And then really at this point, it's just setting up your Sableye to be able to go and clean up an Octillery for game.
They will get a KO, since especially considering that you don't have a out with Path of the Peak right now, so you will be losing that Giratina, but you're so far ahead.
Again, Haruto playing 3 Iono, but if they had an Iono, I'm sure they would have played it by now.
Jam's just going to walk into number 4.
What is this plot armor on Jam?
I have no idea.
You see a Luminion grab here just to find some sort of out to Iono and then pray from there. I mean, even that doesn't matter. It's just game on board still.
You just put up the Comfy. Don't give them anything. There's a concession.
Yeah, there's a concession. I think even there you can put up a Sableye. Like, I don't think they have a way to KO it that turn.
I would rather not even risk it.
Yeah, fair enough. It's like if they happen to find that Iono, but we know they probably weren't going to get to it. So a quick game one. Again, Rapid Strike really not able to get set up. We have Lost Tina taking the win there. And we'll have going into game two now. We'll see if Haruto will choose to go first or second. And then try to have a little stronger start, mix in some of those Ionos, get some double gunners going. And we'll see how this goes. Haruto fighting to stay alive here in finals.
We thought Rapid Strike here would have like maybe an easier little bit, but it's not. It stumbled, and it has a chance to stumble again. But also, Giratina can stumble just as hard.
I mean, even Jam's opening hand, other than the chorus, really was just filled with energy, and then was able to get rolling from there. But it's very, very limiting. Again, it's like Jam being made to go first here. I think Tina probably wants to go second here. You know the VIP pass. Other than that, it was about to be a Sableye attach pass. Oh, the Luminion start. Ouch. It's that insult to injury that so many people watching and playing have seen so many times. You start Luminion V, says, okay, I hope my opponent has a slow start just for them to slam down a battle VIP pass and get rolling. And some solid prize checking here. Looks like 2 Jets are prized.
We used to have one player, Emmy, you probably remember who like on stream wrote down their prizes every time.
Oh, who was that? Yeah, they had a notepad open.
Oh, that was
why can't I remember who it was?
I don't remember either, but that was
really fun.
he was like the poster boy of checking your prizes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't remember. I just remember every time being like, yes, I am impressed. This is good. And I feel like every time he got all of them. Or like was very, very close. Like got 5 of the 6 right.
Yeah.
See nothing from Haruto but a first turn Iono.
They got the chorus, but they got
Oh. Got the rem rate down at least, but other than that, just a detached Luminion and pass.
Oh my goodness.
Or we were just saying before, there's the Squawkabilly EX plus the Luminion, some extra consistency pieces, 4 VIPs, 2 Nest Ball, 3 Ultra Ball, and a Heavy Ball. Just still not able to find any of those pieces. 2 Forest Steel Stone, right? All of these are outs for Haruto to get rolling a little bit, get a little farther into the game. Can't find any of them. Unfortunate to just have, your deck slow down on you a little bit when it matters the most.
Like, I feel like you want just Abyss Seeking here then. Just go ahead, bring it up. Get yourself kind of nice set up. I don't even know if you want a Path to the Peak.
I mean, the risk normally would be, they find Luminion, that's their out, but Luminion's already in play in the active spot, so really not much. I mean, they're not threatening a double gunner. They can't go and use the Luminion. They don't even have any damage with Radiant Alakazam. I think no point in playing the path. You can just save it for now. All right, so we got a little bit rolling. Got the professor's research. Had to discard a Rapid Strike energy, unfortunately. Was able to attach one to the Urshifu before having to research the hand away.
Feels like the meta channel is almost a panic bench.
Yeah.
This will get them to 7.
Decision time. Abandoning the cram. So again, at 7. So, could just get into a Sableye here. Again, your opponent's really not threatening an attack. They could go into an Urshifu. next turn, but that's really kind of your only risk.
You can put 160 onto the active.
Oh, you just go shred. That's fair enough.
Wait,
So just gonna be an
they've already
Abyss
attached energy for turn.
Yeah, I think we have to Abyss Seeking because we need a super rod. Well, there's two.
There they are.
There's two of them.
Yeah, they did get Iono earlier to the bottom. I'm not sure if there's a chance to shuffle the deck. Looks like there must have been. Even that one Mirage Gate, right? We saw it for a little lower value, just the one energy. So again, with the lower counter basic energy, like he's only playing 9, plus, had access to any more of them. There's actually evolution.
Oh,
Pass.
Oh boy.
jeez
Not what you like to
Louise.
see. Absolutely brutal set of 2 games for Haruto. Again, we know Rapid Strike. We see this deck do so much, being able to set up with multiple Inteleon, spreading damage around, Yoga looping to take extra turns, devolution to steal games out of nowhere. And a tough matchup against Tier Team V-Star where they can just freely take 3 prizes on your VMAXs. You need a quicker setup than this, and unfortunately just stuck without anything.
Now they're at the point they can just KOing VMAXs. Oh my god, this feels really bad for Haruto. The problem is they just don't have their boss's orders right now.
Right.
Just a concession.
Wow.
Wow, that is jam is 4 out of 6 with this lost zone Tina. Like, I don't know why, but he keeps this.
Why?
Yeah, he keeps winning. It's the same list he's played.
I don't know.
This is 3 in a row, 4 out of 6. And these aren't small tournaments. These are usually averaging about 120 to 140 players.
Yeah, this is very much plot armor, very bonkers. It's very, very good.
I can't financially recover from this. I will never recover from this.
Really, really incredible showing. Three wins in a row for Jam.
Which is
Tina's just in a very good spot right now.
At least this version is. Like, I don't know. I don't. Yeah, I was joking earlier about bringing him into the casting. We might just give everyone else a chance. Here, Zul's dusting himself off the couch right now. Do I need to come in and teach a bitch?
Oh my lord, that's so funny.
But with that, here's the list. Applied for caster didn't get in. You're not. We had over 50 caster applications, James. We are still working through them.
Yeah, I was like, just message me on Twitter. I've scheduled through January, but message me on Twitter.
See, though, I need you to win and keep Jam out of it now. You're my Black Knight. Get out there. But with that, I'm gonna send everyone off to High Flyer UK. He's probably the best voice out there that's out there. Again, I'm Senior Doom. Joining me is the ever amazing Pokeyemi and Maddox TCG. I will be back probably next Friday. I'm not trying not to stream my testing because I get too cranky with it. But again, thank you for everyone coming. I'm going to send you to a raid screen for just a moment. Get some music playing. And we'll hit up High Flyer here in a moment.